What's up, everybody? It's Thursday. Missed you guys last night. Made a bunch of short little highlight videos. Did some other stuff. But I had an idea. I got a Since I can't have memberships, until I get to 1,000 subs, I think I brought it up about a week ago, having Twitch only night, and so I think most people have Amazon Prime, most people, but I was like, here's a way that I can allow people to, quote, be a member. And what we can do is I can have a sub only Twitch show. So if you're subbing to me on Twitch, if you have Amazon Prime, you can sub me for free. And then I think other than that, a sub is like $5 or something a month. But I thought, what about if we have a somewhat kind of membership? You can sub me on Twitch. If you have Amazon Prime, it's free. If not, it's like $5 a month. And then we can have our own type of show. Now, I'm allowed to do a lot more stuff on Twitch. We're allowed to watch more stuff on Twitch. We're allowed to do a lot more things on Twitch. So I was thinking we'll have a sub only chat. So subs are the only ones that can join the show and chat. Or no, they can only chat. And then we can have whatever kind of topics it is, even if it's conspiracy, crazy shit, whatever, or just talking, whatever kind of show. It could be like whatever you guys want kind of thing. Yeah, you follow me on Twitch, but if you have Amazon Prime, go ahead and hit that sub because it's free. They give it to Amazon Prime members. And then maybe like Saturday nights or something like that, we could have the sub only shows. Just something that I don't know. I don't understand why, that's cool about the monetization and stuff. I just don't understand why they don't allow you to have members no matter how many subs you got. Because I think that should be I think that should be something that they should add in the future, honestly. Because it shouldn't matter how many subs you have. If somebody wants to be a member, they should be able to be a member. I should be able to create the things for members and allow those. Because on Twitch, I am part of their thing or whatever where I do get paid from Twitch, but I don't get very much because I'm not on there very much anymore. I used to be gaming on there, but now with the talk shows and stuff, really the only thing that I get from Twitch is like commercial revenue, and honestly, it's like $10 a month. It ain't that much, but yeah, we'll. I don't know. It's just an idea I had while I was working through stuff. I was like, you know what? Why don't I just have an exclusive show where it's kind of like a membership and it's an exclusive show, same setup like you have on YouTube, except we'd be ghost on YouTube. It'd just be Twitch. We'd just be hanging out on Twitch. And then I won't get the wrist slapping that I do on YouTube. It'd be kind of neat. Something I was thinking about. So that can be the memberships before I can offer memberships on YouTube. Gonna say what's up to everybody. Thank you for hopping in. American Woman. Thank you for the sub, Miss William Blake. Appreciate it. I got another one in there since that sub, so we'll see if Batismo throws it in there for me. What's up, Kib Kitty? Thank you for putting that in there. I appreciate that. I'm trying to be here during week tough. Aw. Well, thank you for hopping in, Crimezilla. What's up, Grizz? Yeah, totally understandable. And we're going with Idaho 4 tonight. That was the outstanding vote there. It was I think it was like 70 some percent Idaho 4. So we're going to be talking Idaho 4 tonight. We're going to be talking about the WSU Mom Kim call. I don't know if you're going to be busy for that, SRB. Let me know. I'd love to have you up on panel when we go through that one if you're able. Cassie, I know we've been waiting for like a week to get your part 2 or the addition to Cassie's theory on Idaho 4. Definitely go to my my highlight video section and check out Cassie's theory I put up there. If you're able to tonight, Cassie, let me know whenever. We'll go into that. What's up, Chris? How you doing tonight? Pam, good evening. All right, man. Awesome. And I need a little bit more prep for the Friday afternoon episode. So what I was thinking was I was going to give myself another week of prep for this next one. And since we've been talking a lot about this Ariel Castro, I did mention, how I was around when all that stuff was going on, when all the vigils were happening all those years, when nobody even knew that those missing girls were connected, living in the same house. So they came out with a special, the local TV station WKYC Channel 3 in Cleveland. They came out with a Miracle in Cleveland special about a week or two ago. And I have a bunch of stuff saved up for it for a show as well. Man, I need to get to some of these shows that I already have prepped for from 2 weeks ago. But it is an interesting story. It does, it has that same lost and unsolved type. And I thought, you know what, we have been talking about this Ariel Castro stuff, like from the beginning of the week and last week with all this Oklahoma stuff. So I thought maybe I would do a special on that, and we could just kind of check out the Miracle in Cleveland. Um, and if you're not familiar with it, you definitely want to check it out. It's crazy. The ending, all of them were alive. They were found. Um, Definitely had, some issues from all the events that took place, but I'm telling you what, they have totally defeated the odds. They've came back. They're strong. They're fighting for other missing children. 2 out of the 3. One is helping local TV stations with missing cases and such, and then another one is actually on the national level, um, helping out national TV with missing cases and stuff like that. So they definitely turned that negative into an amazing positive. Such strength with them. I'm old. What is Twitch? Twitch is a streaming um, platform. It's number 2 to YouTube. Um, Actually, here, let me just I'll throw my link up there. There you go. Twitch.tv/evilcj. And that'll be in the works. I'll do more brainstorming. I was doing some streaming on Twitch only a couple times this week. I don't know what's up with my Discord. For some reason, my messages won't load. So I don't know what's going on with that. App, or if you're on a PC or something. But they also have it on your TV. It is a popular app where they have it on your TV. Yeah. Hollywood Studios, nice. That's awesome. Thank you. I appreciate that, Chris. Kiddo's sick. That sucks. Two-time baby. Love me twice today. Two-time girl. Been getting your mom caught up on Delphi? Oh, jeez. Crazy. That's a deep one. That's for sure. Shit. It's as deep as this Oklahoma stuff is about to get, because this Oklahoma stuff is just like Delphi. It just makes me think of the exact same shit. All right, let me throw the link out there and unlock the door, and I'll throw the sign up in the window. I'm going to unlock the door first today. Door's unlocked. Throw the sign up in the window. There we go. And as Kelt said the other night, just make sure you wipe your shoes off before you come on in. I know, it's acting weird. It's acting weird. Like, YouTube's acting weird. StreamYard's acting weird. It's all... But you know what? We keep getting these solar flares. We've had 3 crazy solar flare attacks this year where the northern lights, instead of being up in Alaska, they reached all the way to Arizona and Nevada. What? Yeah, that's not good. It means those are strong. What's up, C? Thanks for hopping in. It's a long road. It takes a lot of mental capacity for the Delphi stuff. That's for sure. What's up, sweet Caroline? Thank you for hopping in tonight. But YouTube is spotty, needing a buffer. I mean, it might, but it's all been buggy today. StreamYard, oh no, that's just bugginess after bugginess every single day anymore. But yeah, if you're on Twitch, definitely follow me and then sub me for free with Amazon Prime if you haven't. And then we'll get into these sub-only nights, and then I'm still going to be having the same setup as we do on YouTube. So we'll have open panel, live call-in, all that stuff. It's all going to be the same, but we can just do a lot more stuff. I don't have as many copyright issues on Twitch as I do on YouTube, only because of the Amazon Prime link, because Amazon owns Twitch. Not that I'm going to use Twitch as my main platform, because it will be YouTube, but if I ever do disappear from YouTube, you know I'll be on Twitch the same nights. Find out what as directly shared. That is a good point, see. That is a good point. We're going to be listening to that I think it, would you say it was SRB? Almost 2 hours, right? Something like that. We're going to be hanging on that most of the night. And then got a couple updates, a little bit of Bodycam. Maybe I'll play the Bodycam first. But I don't know. I'm kind of nervous about the Bodycam stuff anymore, because people keep getting in trouble for playing Bodycam. So it's okay if it's long. I tell you what, I wasn't too sure about of her at all, but after watching some stuff this week, I'm definitely a bit more open. Well, I remember when we went through the first ones that she did with the Drunk Turkey show back in December or January. When was that? It was just late December, early January. And I remember hearing those. We actually had to slow them down like 0.75 speed because it was just like, I mean, it was hard to keep up, even for me. And I mean, it was a lot of crazy stuff. A lot of crazy stuff she was saying. And Drunk Turkey Show did a great job making sure that they let you know. They even did an episode where they said, hey, this is what we were able to vet, this is what we can confirm, da da da, so that was awesome. Always a bonus when the creators could do that. But you have to, you kind of have to keep an open mind about some stuff, right? So it's interesting that you say that, because me and SRB were having some conversations earlier this week about it, and we were like, yeah, let's just go ahead and skip that part for the show. But I don't know. We started talking again yesterday more about it today. And if she feels the way she feels, like she put up on this message, I'm definitely a bit more open. I trust her opinion. Emma Bailey is a snake. Who's that? Not sure. Oh, her. Oh, I know who you're talking about now. Interesting. I do have some of that too. I have so much stuff with Idaho 4. We've been on this Oklahoma stuff so much. I have so much packed into this Idaho 4 stuff. So we'll be having another episode here probably in the next couple days of Idaho 4 again. But I definitely need to do an update episode on Oklahoma, and I might do one of those during the day. Yeah, because I think I have that body cam too, but I totally forgot about it, honestly. That might be its own episode right there. What do you think? We'll have Emma Bailey's stuff on the next episode, because I'm sure that would probably fill up a good 2/3 of the episode, I'd imagine. I need to hear what you guys think, though, about her, because I haven't checked out nothing. I have it saved in my file. I just don't... What the heck? I just never checked it out. I've been checking out so many other things when it comes to this Oklahoma stuff. I just haven't had time to check any of that other stuff out. Kel, don't try and fool her. There's get caught up on Delphi. You're crazy. You know how long that would take? I ain't even caught up on Delphi, Kel. Shoot. That's a rabbit hole of rabbit holes. Let's see here. Do you think that was in that body cam of the noise complaint? Send me that body cam. Let's talk about it. Do you have that body cam link you can send me, SRB? Because I do have the other one, and we can definitely compare it. What's up, Kevin? Oh, good luck. But they were long. Yeah. I'm just saying, I ain't even caught up. We haven't even had that episode 2. Well, the girl in the body cam at the house doesn't have a tattoo on the left arm. Good eye, see? It's just going around other shows. Yeah, if anybody has the link to the body cam you guys are talking about, send it to me, evilcj@gmail.com, evilcj on Twitter, or you can Discord me, Evil CJ number 2540. That's interesting, though. Very interesting. All right, let me see if we got any breaking coming out. If anybody wants to hop up, just let me know. I'll throw the link out there. The door is unlocked. Let me see if we got anything breaking real quick, and then we'll get into this folder. I'm not seeing nothing. A lot of Lori Vallow stuff, but I'm pretty much done on that. We might have one more in there. Oh, cool. Let me see here. No, I was thinking it was something else that has nothing to do with it. I'm not seeing nothing. Yeah, if anybody has the link for that body cam, send it to me. COVID-19 public health emergency officially ends tonight at midnight. It's a public health emergency. Huh? I thought COVID was done with like a long time ago. That's what we were told, right? That's what we were told. Oh. We so naive. We so gullible. Oh. Like the shit this week. What evidence? The case is closed. What evidence? What's up, truthful soul? And we're going to go over that audio again that we went over like a week ago. I want to know what everybody thinks, if they think it's real or not. Especially when I have to go into the job and miss out on... Aw. Hey, how'd that interview go? Did you get another call back, man? Kevin Kraft, did you get another call back? We want to know. All right, I'll throw out the link if anybody wants to hop up, and we're going to get into this Idaho 4 folder. I got to switch to the Space Age funky beat. That way I don't get in trouble. And I definitely don't want to have to edit out. If I do edit out anything of any episode, it'll be the intro, so... All right, we'll get the Space Age funk beat. Get into this folder here. All right, so do you guys remember the audio that I'm talking about? The TikTok audio? Bum, bum. What's going to be very, very bad? Oh, the border? Yeah. You already had cities calling for a state of emergency like 2 days ago. Well, we're talking about Idaho for tonight, Butterfly, but definitely on the next episode of Oklahoma, if you want to talk about it, more than welcome. I'll probably be having because I was thinking tomorrow because I'm gonna wait another week for the next episode of the Unexplored, Lost, and Unsolved, just for more prep time. So I was thinking in my head today, I was like, well, maybe tomorrow afternoon I'll do an Oklahoma show, and then we can have our hangout show, because there's a lot of stuff that came out with Oklahoma. So maybe I'll put up a vote tomorrow, because I do kind of like this vote stuff. Do you guys like the votes where you vote on what the topic is for the night? Do you guys like that? Says maybe I'll just put a vote up tomorrow or tonight after the show. I'll put a vote up. What do you want the afternoon show to be? Do you want it to be the Ariel Castro Miracle in Cleveland special, or do you want it to be like an Oklahoma Henrietta horror episode? Because I'm still having the hangout. We're doing Family Feud tomorrow night. We're gonna be doing some Jackbox. I got some other surprises for tomorrow night too that we get to chill back and watch. Yeah. Well, it's not going to be the last time I'm talking about Oklahoma, Butterfly. I have a feeling it's going to be a topic we're going to be talking about for a while. Because there's even more updates. And I was going to do some videos last night beyond the like 3 or 4 that I did. There's even more up. There's just, even overnight, there was updates. I just, with, working and the extra hours and then the home stuff, it's like really hard to try and, be able to do the small videos throughout the day and stuff that most can do. I'm always late to the game, but it's all good. I'm usually ahead inside my brain, and then it comes out onto the show. So, I mean, it is crazy. We were talking about ring stuff with Oklahoma back on the first episode. Now all of a sudden, national news, all these other places. Just go back to the first episode. You could see us all. That's what I love about it. We can go back and watch it, and it's right there. All right, so I can't remember. I want to know, this is an episode that we covered it on. It's not on YouTube anymore. So I'm going back to an old episode. And this is right here. Okay. So this is Moscow, Idaho University unalivings 2-part audio found on TikTok. And this is a graphic warning, so let me make sure I put that up there before we get going into this. I'm going to go ahead and take a back seat while I allow my previous self to go ahead and be up there. And I want to know, and if this is too graphic for you, just pause it and wait 7 minutes. Or if you're watching on replay, skip ahead 7 minutes and we'll be done talking about it, listening to it. Maybe not talking about it, but we'll be done listening to it. So I'll give everybody an opportunity to hit the pause button, come back in 7 minutes, or if you're on replay, give you an opportunity, go ahead and skip ahead 7 minutes and we'll be done listening to this. But we played it a long time ago. Last week and a half ago, we talked about it again. I played it again. Now I'm going to play it one more time. I want to know if you guys think that this is real or not. If you want to go back to the original episode, it's episode 137. The title is Idaho 4 Special Report and More, episode 137. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and play this. I'm going to pause the Space Age Funk beat. There is going to be music playing in the background on the previous show. So I'll go ahead and mute that now. And then I'll let you guys listen to it. First, it's got a condensed where it's got the white noise taken out of the audio recording. It does have the closed captioning up above so you can tell what they say. I'll put the link to this video in chat if you want to go back to it yourself. The timestamp is 2 hours and 53 minutes on this video. If you want to go right to the destination. And then it might even be a better audio going back to that video instead of you listening to it from here to here to here. All right, I'm going to go ahead and hit play, and then I'll pause it after both ones are done. The first one's going to be a little quiet. The next one doesn't have the white noise taken out. It is considerably louder, just as a heads up. See, it wouldn't be an episode without having the mute on the first screen share like it has been for the last week. Give me a second. All right. Let's unmute it. Thank you, SRB. To the theories and interviews episode that we did. And if you're able to come back and you want to share your thoughts and opinions on whatever theory you think, to the theory from panel all night.
That's just now one right now. I'm here. So this
Oh,
that's just now one right.
holy shit, that's loud. Okay, here's the video or the link to this video. Thank you, I appreciate it. Hmm. All right, I'm going to go ahead and continue to play it. I don't know why it's so loud here. And if you want to see, they have like a closed caption of uh, what's being said. If you, it's a tough video.
Now we're
I
right.
told you. And that must have been the TikTok driver dropping off the delivery.
So according to what I'm hearing, and if you can listen closely, the murder happened downstairs first. There was no sneaking in through the sliding door. You can tell that Ethan and Xana were attacked first, and you can hear them running up the stairs, chasing the two girls that end up in the room together.
So, and like I said, for the best audio, you want to go to 2 hours 53 minutes. There's actually a timestamp in the description where you can get the exact time. Right here, let's see, 2:53:19 is right before it would start. Now that's supposedly because it was stated that Zaina was active on TikTok when the crime supposedly took place. And this is supposed TikTok audio recording where you can hear a couple females joking around with each other, talking about, this, that, going inside, coming outside. You can hear somebody say thank you and the door shut. And then all of a sudden you can hear the door come open. You can hear some guy laugh. You can hear somebody say Brian. You can hear somebody taking a piss. You can hear some thumps. You can hear a male's voice screaming to get help, asking if it was the red stuff. So yeah, definitely episode 137. It's a few shows back because we're on 170. What are we on tonight? 170 something. But yeah, 30, 40 shows back. I'm going to play it one more time real quick.
That's just now we're right. So this one
Holy shit, that's loud. Okay. Here's the video or the link to this video. Thank you. I appreciate it. Hmm. All right, I'm going to go ahead and continue the play. I don't know why it's so loud here. And if you want to see, they have like a closed caption of what's being said. If you, it's a tough video.
Now we're right.
And I told you. And that must have been the TikTok driver dropping off the delivery.
So according to what I'm hearing, and if you can listen closely, the murder happened downstairs first. There was no sneaking in through the sliding door. You can tell that Ethan and Xana were attacked first, and you can hear them running up the stairs, chasing the two girls that end up in the room together.
What's up, SRB?
Hello.
And yes, that was supposedly taken inside the house, Cassie.
Yeah.
That's what I'm asking too.
That
It
Okay.
was taken from inside the house.
that's what I'm thinking. That's the only way that this would make sense at how much is
Yeah.
being picked up and how clear it is. There is no way
Yeah,
that
because she
Right,
was
a neighbor's
active on
ring
TikTok. Yeah, she was active on TikTok during the crime. They already came out and stated, and supposedly that's a TikTok recording or audio from a video.
Okay. So it was never even said it was from like a neighbor's camera or something like that then.
No, this is a TikTok. This is something that somebody got on TikTok. This was, let me go back to it here.
I know Kelt had said something in chat a little bit ago. Okay, the video or the audio that who was that James Morris or whoever had put out, do you remember that? And then that all got yanked down and he put out this big apology saying, was it Joseph Morris?
Yeah, I never played that one.
That was a different one. This one is different.
Yeah,
from
I didn't
that
believe
one.
that one.
No,
Yeah, I didn't believe that one because I screened it a few times before I do that with these audio recordings. I want to know if I think it could be a possibility or not first before I'll play it. And with that one, it just didn't.
But
I don't know.
Can't they track down where this came from?
they can from the IP address of whatever Wi-Fi they were connected to.
And I don't know what took place because it's not even on YouTube anymore.
Or Wonder if
So
good old neighbor
But-
boy was close in recording.
I don't know.
You know
He
who I
would be
mean?
Pretty damn close.
Einan,
Right.
whatever the hell his name is.
I know. I still haven't
I
checked
don't
him
know.
out in any of my shows yet.
Well,
I
he
still
took
haven't.
off.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think he lives in like California now or something. I know.
I've been seeing him on Law and Crime, or no, whose show was it? I think it was Law and Crime.
Yeah, he did make an appearance, I think, fairly recently,
Somewhere.
but I
Yeah.
didn't watch it.
Remember what? Who?
I don't-
Where, I don't remember where. I know I came across it.
So it makes you. Do you think then one of if there was more than one person that they were that close or in the house recording?
That's why I said in the house. Who was in the very downstairs bedroom and just doesn't really seem to be like, can't pinpoint if she was there or not.
Yeah, that was probably Koberger doing the recording. I don't know, you guys.
Or it was her.
I think it was Zaina. Like if it is real, and I think out of
Oh, you
all
think
of these,
her phone was recording it?
yeah, I think it was Zaina's phone.
Oh.
If this recording is real, right? Because she was supposedly active on TikTok. That's what's always been stated. She was active on TikTok.
Mm-hmm.
And if this is real, and I'm going to be honest, this is just my opinion, but out of any of these audio recordings that I've listened to, any of them for this case, any single audio recording I've ever listened to, this one to me seems the most real.
And you know what? It just dawned on me too. Just the way they were so adamant in the PCA that she was on TikTok at that time. Maybe there was something behind that then.
And I think she was making a TikTok video of
Oh
her
God.
and everybody in the house, and shit went down. Like
Holy
you really
shit.
like
Yeah.
headphones. Go back.
Yeah, because
to episode 1.
All right. I see. I'm glad I jumped up here because I wasn't making that connection.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
and
was
if
still
you were
thinking this
already-
was some ring cam audio or some neighbor's audio.
Because you can hear the dude. You can hear the dude pissing. You can hear
Yeah.
his piss hitting the water.
Which would have meant right there because there was a bathroom right there by Ethan and Xana's
Right
room.
next. Yeah. Right
Yeah.
next to their room. Yeah.
Well, I'll be damned.
Well, and it would make sense too with TikTok because like you can do up to like 3-minute videos now on there. And unless you stop the recording, it's going to record until the time runs out.
Okay.
Yeah, you can hear them joking around with each other, and they also put the closed captioning with what's being said too.
But
And the bathroom is right here. There's the bathroom right there,
So
and their bedroom is right there.
if this is legit, let's just say it is, and it came from her phone, there are clearly, okay, maybe I shouldn't say clearly, but it seems as though there was more than one person doing the deed. Does it not? By the sound of this, don't you kind of get the impression? No, you don't.
No.
Okay.
No, because if you listen with headphones and you watch the closed captioning of what's being said, you just hear Brian. You just see and hear Brian.
I did, yeah.
Brian, what are you doing here?
So you think he went upstairs first?
No, if that
No.
Wait, here's the thing. In the very beginning, if you go back to my episodes on Idaho 4 before you guys even joined the show,
Right.
I had always thought second floor was first.
So did I.
I've always thought that. Now, I've just kind of been trained to think that the third floor was first because you have all these detectives or previous detectives or,
Mm-hmm.
these investigators on all these new shows and stuff and their expertise, and they're all, say, oh, it's third floor. And I'm like, okay, well, maybe I'm not a forensic. I never studied the shit. So maybe, but when I'm listening to this audio recording, and if I feel that this is true, then I would have to assume, because think about it. I already think the person was creeping, looking through the sliding glass door, right? Because there was no
Right.
curtains on it or nothing. The inside house, especially, let me go to it. Especially this room right here, the kitchen, is going to have lights on, especially if you're going in and out the door, right? So you could
Right.
be sitting outside, creeping out in the woods, trees 5 to 10 feet back, looking in at the whole view of what's here. You can see the people walking through this room, which is the living room for the second floor. You know what I mean? Like, you could see all this stuff going on. So you could sit there and be seeing, okay, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 people, because you're seeing them walk around. And then you realize that there's one male. So if you're coming in and you already know that there's 4 people that you're going to have to do this to, would you rather, like, wouldn't you go identify your biggest threat out of all 4 of them?
Oh, absolutely.
So
Yeah.
then why
Okay.
wouldn't you go to the second floor and do that first and then? Because if you hear the recording, and this kind of makes sense as to how it took place and what they're saying, is that they came in, right after the TikTok delivery, came in, went to the second, and that's when you hear people running upstairs. So they're inebriated, they're drunk as
Right.
shit. All they know is to go up and lock the door, right? Because they can't walk past him because he'll probably get them. So the only thing that they can do is exit up to their room and lock the door. And
Okay.
so in the audio recording, you hear them attacking people on the second floor first, then going upstairs.
Wow. And if that's the case, then Miss DM couldn't have seen him exit, could she?
Yes. Well,
If he was walking towards her.
but this is what this is what I think and why. Okay, this is why I think she saw him and listened to this. So say he went to the second floor first and did that, right?
Okay.
Second floor, male and female, walks by. That's the second time she hears something, right? The second time she hears something in the PCA. He walks by, she opens the door. She already missed him because he's already hit the stairs. So she still doesn't see, quote, in the PCA the second time she opens the door. He goes upstairs, okay? Does that upstairs, loses the sheath, comes back downstairs, realizes that he lost the sheath, doesn't realize that he lost it up in the second floor. He thinks maybe he left it, or he's coming back from the third floor, realizes he lost the sheath, doesn't realize he just lost it upstairs, thinks he might have lost it on the second floor. So then he walks by, goes over to the second floor area again, can't find it. It's already taken so long. He's already got blood and sweat in his eyes and they're stinging, and he's ready to get out because all of his adrenaline has just been going. So that's when he just says, fuck it. That's when he just says, fuck it. I can't take any more time. I need to get out of here. He's focused on the light coming outside of the sliding glass door. he's got blood and sweat all in his eyes, so they're foggy on the sides and they're stinging. He can't wipe his face off because his whole body's covered with blood, so he'd be wiping blood with blood.
Mm-hmm.
So he doesn't even touch his face to wipe it off, and he just wants to hurry up and get out. That's why she sees him through the cracked door, but he don't see
Okay.
her, because when he's walking through this doorway area, all he can focus on is that sliding glass door and the light
Right.
source coming from it, because his eyes are so stingy and foggy from blood and sweat.
Okay. I'm with you. Well, I never doubted that he didn't see her, but she was able to see him. That I got that part. But now
Mm-hmm.
that you walked me through it, I get your theory. Gotcha.
Yeah.
That
And I
makes
think
a lot
that
of sense.
I think he probably used the DoorDash as a decoy,
Mhm.
and something took place to where he was probably nervous, and he ended up showing up to the crime scene way too early, and that's why he did all that crazy spaz and 3-point turn, not making a 3-point turn, turning around, going up and down, because he was nervous and the DoorDash driver hadn't left yet. So I think he drove up here and parked up here, and then came down through these woods right here, and that's
Uh-huh.
when he was chilling there, creeping, waiting for DoorDash guy to leave. And then once DoorDash guy left, or person had walked away and then
Mhm.
got in their car, that's when he entered the house, because the DoorDash would be a perfect suspect instead
Right.
of you.
Right.
So
Okay.
then he thought they would be looking at the DoorDash. He was able to slip in because the DoorDash delivery was just made, and the chances of the door being unlocked are pretty high. So that's why
And
he was able to slide in.
right. And that would make sense why they would be like, Brian, why are you here? Or whatever they
Right.
said.
Yeah, just
Okay.
slipped right in. Yep, just
Yep,
came
I
right
follow you.
in. Now, what are you guys talking about this ring cam stuff?
I thought this
Th-
whole time
fr-
that this was
From this house right here?
like an outdoor audio that had caught it. I didn't realize that they think this came from her phone. I didn't know that until I hopped up here and you explained it. I didn't know. No, I know the house next door, they took their camera because I think that might have, I don't know, because nothing ever came of it.
Well, you know what's crazy
They've never
is
said anything, so I don't know what that might have caught audio wise. That's what
I don't know. I think
thought.
it's pretty important, honestly, because when we
I'm
first started
sure.
covering this, before they blur, because when we were covering this and we were looking all up and down, like I can go to the past episodes, we could have every Google. We did so many Google walkarounds of the area,
Mhm.
and it was interesting because not only did 1122 King Road get blurred out, but this house where my cursor's at, where that white car is parked by,
Yeah,
that house got blurred out too.
that's the one that had the ring cam, right? Or
Yeah, so
some
I
kind
think
of camera mounted on the front.
I think so.
Okay.
Like, I have to
Because
go back to my old episodes.
yeah, because there's pictures of Ellie standing up on their porch talking to them people that next day, and that was the camera that was confiscated, or the audio or whatever from it. I was thinking all of this had something to do with either that camera or somebody else's camera. I did not know that they're saying this could have been recorded from Xana's phone.
Oh, yeah.
I did not know that. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that makes a lot more sense. A whole lot more sense. Especially with
This
all
is
their
so
knowledge and their exact time frame on when she was on TikTok that night.
This
Wow,
is crazy.
everything's blurred. Everything's blurred out.
Look, they blurred out the frickin' walkway now.
Wow.
Thank God I got Google of the frickin' walkway from way back there that showed the.
Yeah, everything's gone.
Oh my
Huh.
gosh.
I think this is going to be a new thing with cases. I think
That's
they're
not
going to.
fair.
I know.
That is not fair.
No, it's not right.
It doesn't show the freaking crime scene. So why is it
Nothing.
blurred? That is not fair at all. Wow.
Pam, you mean as far as the roommates? Is that who she's?
Let me see. I gotta.
Who
Thank you,
arrived at
sweet
the house
Caroline.
first that night?
What's up, Ray? Who arrived first? I'm not sure. The only thing that they've stated in the PCA was that, well, we've, the Twitch, we do have that video too. If anybody would like the link to the Grub Truck Twitch video, I have that as well. I'll throw it out there if you want it. I don't know. They never stated where Zaina and Ethan were after 9 p.m. I think they were at the Corner Club.
I think the first people that they stated came home was Bethany and Dylan around 1.
Right. Yep.
And then the other two girls at 1:45, 1:49, whatever they say it is. We'll just say 1:45. But Ethan and Xana have been kind of questionable this whole time. Because remember, I think so. Or did they arrive home? Or maybe Ethan and Xana did arrive home about the time that Kaylee and Maddie got home.
It's not stated in the PCA, and I think there's reasons behind that because of the 911 calls for disturbance.
It could very well be.
Because the person that got kicked out at the Sigma Chi party, I think, was somebody that was starting shit with Ethan.
Yes.
And I think they left the Sigma Chi party around, that's when they said that they were last seen at 9-something at the Sigma Chi. And I think after that, I think they went to the Corner Club because later on that evening, there's a 911 call out to the Corner Club for an individual starting issues with her boyfriend.
Okay.
And when they showed
up, I
remember
that.
They couldn't, name an individual because that person had already took off before the Ellie arrived. But it was stated that the female was stating that somebody had kept starting stuff with her boyfriend. And so I think that has something to do with it too.
Okay.
Why
as
did
much
Dylan
as I
go?
would.
That is crazy question.
As much as I would love to stay up here longer, I'm gonna hop off because I want to give the little one medicine and get him kind of off to the doctor again in the morning. So,
fingers crossed.
Thanks. All right, but I'll still be down in chat.
All right, thank you for hopping up
here. Hey, no problem. Thanks for answering all that for me because wow, that cleared up a lot of confusion on my end.
Yeah, and I want to know what you guys think too. Let me know in chat what you think happened. When it came to what took place at the house and all that stuff.
Right. Oh yeah, I'll be down in chat. I'll just be on and off here for a little bit, getting him settled in and stuff.
Alrighty.
Okay, cool.
Thank you for hopping up. Appreciate it.
No problem. Thanks for having me.
Bye. Cassie, what happened? Cassie's got a theory, an additional part to her theory I want to get to. So let me know when you're available for that, Cassie. We'll make a short out of it. Yeah, let me give that applause. Thank you. I appreciate you guys so much. And if anybody else wants to hop up and tell me what your theory is on what took place, yeah, go ahead. We're going to see what else we got in this Idaho 4 folder. And then we're going to go into this WSU mom call. It's, I think, like 2 hours or something like that. Is that what it is, SRB? 2 hours? Maybe we'll just go to that. I am going to play a little bit of the body cam here. This was from a few days ago. Now, I'm wondering if it shows more, because last time we watched the body cam of the Kohberger residence search, it was blurred out after they entered the property. So I don't know if this has something more to it or not. There's Jack in the Box audio. Do you guys know anything about that? Let me see here. Where is the body cam? Let's see. New defense team. They added. Yeah, things look like they're going crazy. I mean, there's so many updates with this case. ATS News put out a Kohberger traffic stops compilation. That's a great video. ATS News. Planted evidence. We should go over that. I mean, there's so many things to go over. We're going to have a couple Idaho 4 episodes. There's so many things. All right, so that's from the last episode. So let's see. Planted evidence. Now, we haven't watched a video of JRL for a while. Definitely does some great on location videos and such. Has been coming out with a lot of great stuff. Especially since they appeared on what News Nation was it? It was on News Nation. I can't remember who the host was. But I want to hear what he says about the planted evidence. That's been even Kevin Kraft was like one of the first ones that ever had like started the whole theory in our group of it even being planted. Shout out to Kevin Kraft. So I'm going to hear what he has to say about planted evidence. Because it is a theory. You never know. If there's more than one, I mean, you've heard other theories. Definitely check out Cassie's in the highlight video section. It definitely could be a possibility as well.
Left at the home. But there's some newly released documents coming from Washington State University that I was able to obtain via open records request. And I want to show you a discrepancy here because this is very, very interesting. And someone on Reddit presented this question. Check it out.
So this question was posted on Reddit on the Moscow murders thread. Why did Sergeant Blaker say they were looking for the sheath in Brian Kohberger's Washington apartment if the sheath had already been found at the crime scene? And attached is a affidavit that was filed by Sergeant Blaker, Moscow PD, in securing a search warrant for Brian Kohberger's Steptoe apartment on December 29th, 2022. To date, we have not recovered the weapon used in the homicides, which would indicate that he took it with him from the scene. Based on my training, that weapon will likely contain trace evidence on it, such as blood or skin or hair from the crime scene. One likely location for the weapon or any sheath for the weapon would be his residence. What is going on here, people? He's asking, he thinks that the weapon could be, the knife, could be in Brian Kohlberger's apartment along with the sheath for it. But I thought the sheath was already at the Moscow home where the murders happened. What is going on here, people? Let me know what you think.
What?
So what that was a exhibit affidavit by Sergeant Dustin Blaker with
What?
Moscow PD on.
All right, hold on. Whoa, it's going too fast
Could
here.
be in Brian Kohlberger's apartment along with the sheath for it. But I thought the sheath was already at.
All right, hold on. I got to read these out. Okay, to date, we have not recovered the weapon used in the homicides, which would indicate that he took it from the scene. Based on my training, that weapon will likely contain trace evidence on it, such as blood or skin or hair from the crime scene. One likely location for the weapon or any sheath for the weapon would be his residence. Okay.
At the Moscow home where the murders happened. What?
Wait, why did Sergeant Blaker say that they were looking for the sheath in BK's Washington apartment if the sheath had already been found at the crime scene?
Is going on here, people? Let me
And that was a question from Fruity Pebbles 321.
know what you think.
Huh. So this says, let me see here. Yeah, right there. It is likely that some trace evidence was transferred to areas in his apartment through contact with the items worn during the attack. One likely location for the clothes-matched shoes that he was wearing during the attack would be his residence, while I believe Kohlberger is visiting family in Pennsylvania over the current school break at WSU. I believe he intends to return for the start of next semester, so I expect his belongings to still be in his residence at 1630. Yada yada. And then it just repeats what I just said a second ago. Interesting. Or any sheath.
So what that was a exhibit affidavit by Sergeant Dustin Blaker with Moscow PD on securing a search warrant for Brian Kohlberger's step-toe.
It says, or any sheath, right there. One likely location for the weapon or any sheath for the weapon would be his residence.
So what that was a exhibit affidavit by Sergeant Dustin Blaker with Moscow PD on securing a search warrant for Brian Kohlberger's step-toe apartment.
Well,
and that was filed.
That read-through is like 2 hours and something. I need to go find that in the vaults because it's one of the past live streams that I did. That read-through. It was like 2.5 hours or something, I think. That's probably why. I wonder what page it's on. I'll have to look at this after it's done and check.
On the 29th of December, a day before Kohlberger got arrested. And in it, Dustin Blaker believed that Brian Kohlberger possibly took the murder weapon back to his apartment. But it also says that they were looking for the sheath too. Murder weapon and the sheath. What is going on here with that? Because he says the sheath, but at the same time, the sheath that has been reported and Brett Kane put it in an affidavit was already at the Moscow home where the murders happened. So why would they look for the murder weapon and the sheath in Brian Kohlberger's apartment? Are we talking about another weapon? What's going on here, people? That's why I ask, has evidence been planted. And if you look, get those records that are out there. They come from Washington State Police, Washington State University Police, number 20. And it clearly states, it says that there. That makes me wonder, has evidence been planted, a plant? Or was that just a typo? Was he just talking about the murder weapon and just added the sheath? But why was the sheath added in with that? Makes you go, riddle me this. That's what this video is about. Riddle me this. I want to know your thoughts on this latest development. Sometimes you got to pick through these different affidavits because one person in one affidavit will say something that's different than another person in another affidavit. And both are Moscow PDs. Brett Payne with Moscow PD getting the warrant to arrest Brian Kohlberger while he was out in Pennsylvania. And this came from Dustin Blaker, a sergeant, to get the warrant to search Brian Kohlberger's Steptoe apartments. So was the sheath not in the Moscow home? Is that what Dustin Blaker's saying? The sheath was not in the Moscow home and they were looking for the sheath? What's going on here, people? Subscribe to my channel, hit the notification. Just wanted to share that information with all of you. I want to know your thoughts, so I'll be reading the comments. We'll talk soon. Stay tuned.
Does not make sense. Not likely the same knife would have two. No. But what he's saying is that, because I think it just said weapon on it. It didn't say weapons. I think it just said weapon. And so he's basically saying that they didn't even know that the sheath was at the crime scene because they were looking for the weapon and or the sheath that goes with said weapon. So it seems to me like they didn't realize that it was left back at the crime scene. All right, so now we're going to go to the next video here. This is where we got that audio that I was asking if you guys thought was real or not, the TikTok. This is the channel that video came from. So I'll go ahead and put the link to that channel in chat. If you're not subbed, go ahead. This is also the same person that has the 3D reenactments of what took place at 1122 King Road. And those 3D enactments have the person going upstairs first. So this is the channel that I am going to for that Jack in the Box audio. So we're going to go ahead and watch that real quick. All right, we'll go full screen.
Probably a little bit, especially.
All right, and here we go.
Hey, isn't this the Jack in the Box where they got? Remember the Kohlberger murders in Moscow?
Yeah.
Xana got Jack in the Box from here.
We had police officers and heads up and we're like asking for footage and stuff.
Are you serious?
Yeah, it was kind of crazy. And it happened like there was a couple they came in here a few days, like not in a row, but there was a few times they were in here asking because I don't really know how they found out what that is.
Well, because it was like the DoorDash got picked up from here. Yeah. Did you ever find out who the DoorDash driver was?
I don't know. I've heard personally, I know I've made the dude's food a lot though because they died, and I remember his name very clearly up on my screen. I actually did the murder.
What is it?
It's like Brian something. Brian is like Brian C. I just don't know the last name clearly, but
was it Brent Kopaka?
No, it was Brian Kohlberger or something like that. I think that was his name.
The DoorDash driver?
No, not the DoorDash driver. The person that...
Yeah, the killer's name.
Yeah.
But I'm talking about the DoorDash driver. Who was the DoorDash driver?
You know the DoorDash driver that was DoorDashing for the murder?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know what name,
Dang.
but I was talking to her the other day.
Who was it?
I don't remember the name.
Oh, it's a girl.
But yeah, she has like black hair.
That's crazy.
When she came in, she said she thought, because I hadn't seen her in a while, she thought they were dashing for a little bit. The FBI was investigating the whole thing.
Oh, so she probably had like trauma.
Probably a little bit, yeah. Especially being involved in that.
I mean, it's kind of weird. She ordered it, or she dropped it off like that. Yeah.
So it was a girl.
Yeah.
Oh, I assumed it was a guy this whole time.
It was a girl that dropped off.
Oh, you don't know her name?
I don't.
Oh, and she still drives now again?
Every now and then I see her.
So, do you think Brian Koberger himself was a DoorDash driver at some point?
Maybe, honestly.
I mean, do you remember ever seeing him be a DoorDash driver, like around here, or picking up from here, or whatever?
And, you know.
Well, I was just wondering because I thought it was weird that like the DoorDash person came at the same exact time he did
Yeah.
to the house. Like, what are the chances of that?
Yeah. I don't know.
I'm gonna listen to that one more time. They say a girl she ordered and she picked up.
Isn't this the Jack in the Box where they got? Remember the Koberger murders in Moscow?
Yeah.
Xana got Jack in the Box from here.
We had police officers and beds of
Put closed captioning up.
and stuff.
Are you serious?
Yeah, it was kind of crazy. And it happened, like, there was a couple, like, they came in here a few days, like, not in a row, but there was a few times they were in your house because I don't really know how they found out, like, what that is.
Well, because it was like the DoorDash got picked up from here. Did you ever find out like who the DoorDash driver was?
I don't know ever personally. I've seen it through. I know I've made the dude's food a lot though for the guy, and I remember his name very clearly up on my screen. The guy actually did the murder.
What is it?
It's like Brian something. Brian is like Brian C. I just don't know the last name clearly, but like.
Was it Brent Kopaka?
No, it was Brian Koberger or something like that. I think that was his name.
The DoorDash driver?
No, not the DoorDash driver. The person that.
Yeah, the killer's name.
Yeah.
But I'm talking about the DoorDash driver. Who was the DoorDash driver?
You know the DoorDash driver that was DoorDashing for the murder?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know what name,
Dang.
but I was talking to her the other day.
Who was it?
I don't remember the name.
Oh, it's a girl.
But yeah, she has like black hair.
That's crazy.
When she came in, she said she thought, because I hadn't seen her in a while, she thought they were dashing for a little bit. The FBI was investigating the whole thing.
Oh, so she probably had like trauma.
Probably a little bit, yeah. Especially being involved in that.
I mean, it's kind of weird. She ordered it, or she dropped it off like that. Yeah.
So it was a girl.
Yeah.
Oh, I assumed it was a guy this whole time.
Whoa. Wait a minute. So, SRB, are you thinking the same person? The same person that ordered the DoorDash is the same person that picked it up? Is that why he asked if anybody else was arrested? Thinking that Now I see why you guys are so interested in that person. Give me 1 second. Let me see if I can find something with that real quick. I know I have it in my folder somewhere. It's been a bit. Just give me one moment here. Here we go. So I thought I had 2 of them. I just have 1. So if any, I'm just kind of scrolling. Okay, I know I don't have one up there. So I guess I just have 1, I think. So if you guys have another one, let me know. I don't remember ever using this channel before. So I'll go ahead and put the link in the description. We're going to check out a little bit of this video here before we get to that Kim call. Yeah, I'm going to check out a little bit of this. This is drive-through tours. Let me see here. Let me update the banner. Drive-through tours. This is some interesting conversation tonight. Every time we talk about this is interesting. Okay, drive-through tours. Now, this is the Emma Bailey, future homicide suspect arrested. Is there any articles? Like, what's the current... Let me know in chat. What's the current status of Emma Bailey? Like, what's going on with her right now? Like, is she locked up? Like, what's going on? This is from a month ago. And I have not watched this yet. I don't even think we've used this channel yet. But definitely hit the sub.
How much have you had to drink tonight, Emma?
None.
You've had some?
Some?
Yeah, you've had some.
Not enough to drive.
Okay. Hop out for me, would you?
Okay.
Not enough.
So the reason I ask is I can smell odor of alcohol coming from inside the car, okay? So I want to make sure you're okay to drive.
Of course.
So I can't tell if it's you, it's them that's been drinking, right? I see you're wearing a wristband. Where's the wristband from?
Emporium.
From
Timber.
Timber, okay.
We're going from Emporium right now.
Okay. Have you had any alcohol tonight?
I have.
Okay. How much have you had to drink tonight?
1 beer.
How long ago?
At like 9 p.m.
Okay.
At Timber here. And then I was driving them to Emporium, and then we came back to Timber to get their car.
Okay. Would you mind doing some voluntary field sobriety tests to make sure you're safe to drive?
Yeah. Yes. This one was in 2003, 2004, 2005, 2006.
Yeah, we're just going to check out a couple minutes of it.
2008, 2009,
I just kind of want to see
2009. Oh, sorry.
the interaction here.
My balance is off. 2008, 2010, 2011, 2012, 2013, 2014, 2014, 2015, 2015, 2016.
You can stop. Go ahead and put your foot
Sorry,
down.
I don't have good balance.
I get it. It's a little cold out here, too,
My apologies.
Hello, Deputy Miller Sheriff's Office.
Hello.
Driver's license, vehicle registration. Reason we're chatting is running the red light.
Yeah. Oh, was it red?
Mine was green.
What the heck is it? Did it just skip back to the beginning or something?
You cleared the intersection.
Oh, my bad. I thought it was yellow when I went, so I'm sorry. It was yellow when I went. I'm sorry if it turned red.
What does yellow usually mean?
Go slow.
Yeah, because it's changing. You gotta come to a stop.
My apologies. I'm sorry.
Okay.
You're correct.
Do you have your vehicle registration?
Yes, I do.
Where are we coming from tonight?
Oh, just the over in Emporium
Okay.
in Pullman.
All right. How much have you had to drink tonight, Emma?
None.
You've had something.
Some?
Yeah, you've had some.
Not enough to drive.
Okay. Hop out for me,
Not
would you?
enough to drive. Okay, so we.
Is your buddy in the back seat okay there? He's just head bobbing over there.
Oh, no, he should be fine.
16 out testing. We're gonna step up here on the sidewalk. 2.1. While you go in here and talk to the attorney, I'll put you out of handcuffs for now. Wrap your lips around the end of this, and you'll blow. See the graph chart. This is through Idaho,
Yes.
but the state of Washington is going to suspend your license.
What does that mean?
Yeah,
I can drive in Washington?
So there's two portions.
And
So what do you get out of that? I'm not even sure. Let me see here. It says on March 21st, 2023, 22-year-old EB, a resident of Moscow, was arrested for her alleged involvement in the What? Wow. It says on March 21st, 2023, 22-year-old EB, a resident of Moscow, Idaho, was arrested for her alleged involvement in the OD unaliving of a University of Idaho student in Centralia. She has been charged with drug-induced unaliving. She had recently been arrested for a DUI in Pullman, and here was that incident. Whoa. So what do you get out of this body cam though? Is it just body cam? Is that, I mean, just the fact that she's getting arrested? I know I've watched other ones before and them things drag out and there's a lot of just crap noises and a lot of sitting there. But there's the link to the video if you'd like it. She's currently in jail as far as I know for selling or getting it. Okay. Wow. That was what was that again? Drive-through tours. 1916. Learning the process of being arrested. Oh, wow. Wow. It just shows, yeah. So you think she was the DoorDash driver, SRB? Do you think that she was the one that was like part of it or something? Is that what you guys were talking about? Cassie, where are you at? All right, so there's that TikTok video. Now, let's get to that Kim call. Do you know the timestamp, SRB? And I'm thinking it was... Wait a minute. I might not have the right video then. Because the video that I have is an hour and 40 minutes. But I can just go to the channel. Yeah, this one was from a day ago. WSU mom Kim clears the air live. BK discussion. So is the 1 hour 41 minute video, is that the trimmed up version? Let me see. And let me get their channel link up on the screen as well. Give me 1 second. Is this the video?
I can hear
Nothing.
you. I can hear you guys.
She
now.
just
Oh, it is right there. Okay, cool. So here, let me get the link to the channel. Bravo to them. I remember when it was back in December. It was when that Kim... It was right when that Kim call first came out. I think I had about 185 subs and they had like 150 something. Look at this shit now. 36,000. That's just crazy. Bravo to them. Give them a round of applause too. Can you imagine? 36,000. Fucking bravo. Do a lot of hard work over there too. A lot of hard work. A lot of great content too. Oh, is there... Well, this one... Let me see. This one says...
She just said.
WSU mom clears the air live, and it's got Kim WSU on it. This was from streamed live on May 9th. Is this an older? This is May 9th, 2000. So yesterday. Wait. No, not yesterday. Tuesday. This was Tuesday. This is like an hour and... I don't even know if it's a full hour. Let me see. Oh, wow. She's talking all the way to the end. Well, we'll check this. Is this one newer than the one that you're talking about? Okay, you haven't seen it? Okay. So they always kind of talk about the vetting stuff if they're doing vetting. So let's see here. 1 second. All right. So I got the link up. No, I don't. Hold on. Okay, so that's Texas stuff.
If it's about gun control, even if they raise the age limit, even if it was about mental health, he didn't fall in any of those categories.
Yeah, and that's when it comes down to mental health, what I mean, like it can happen to you, and when you're 12, it can happen to you when you're 40. What I mean, it's progressive, right?
Yeah, but the only thing that did say that maybe could have stopped him from getting the gun was being discharged from the military.
Maybe. Well, we have our guest in the building, none other than WSU mom Kim. How you doing, Kim?
Well, I'm good. Can you hear me? I feel like I'm cutting out a little bit, or it's a little bit crackly on my side. So if that's annoying, I don't know how to fix it, but I could try.
Sounds good.
No, you sound good on our end.
Is that okay?
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
cool.
One quick second though. Thank you so much, Anna, with your great support to the show. We appreciate it. $49.99. It's unsettling to think there was no blood evidence leading out of the house, given the description of the crime scene. I hope Brian is the right guy, because if he isn't, the perp can still be out there and it'll destroy both victims and families of BK. Yeah, that's 100%. 100% true.
There we go. Get their promotions up there.
Sav says, I found the social media page. It was on a Russian social media. It's definitely him. He wrote a post before he went to Allen. Yeah. That's insane. That is insane. Thank you, Watts, the obsession. We appreciate you. So Kim, how's it going? Hey guys, also, if I accidentally
What did she say?
What did who? I didn't hear. I didn't catch you. I was talking. I'm sorry. I cut you off.
Can you hear that? Okay. Let me see.
I can hear you.
Oh,
Can you hear us?
So, obsession is that? What did she just say? I can hear
Nothing.
You. Yeah, I can hear you guys
She
now.
just became a new member.
So what did she say? Oh, sorry. I thought she was saying something about information, because I do know that, and I like her very, very much. I think her heart's in the right place, and she's got a connection with some of the kids who need a connection, I think.
Yeah.
Over there, and so I respect her. I think she's a great gal.
And I gotta tell everybody, this is the real Kim, guys. This is her voice.
This is the real Kim. Also,
one of me.
her name is Kim. I may accidentally call her Pam tonight, just because that's
Go for it
happens.
all you want.
It's a trend.
It's
in
totally
fact,
fine. Honestly.
I was actually on. So I cover the Steelers as well. I have 2 podcasts that I cover the Steelers on. I cover them with Steel Current Network, and then on my own YouTube channel called State of the Steelers. And today we were on the podcast, and we have a guy named Landon Robertson, and I just cannot stop calling Landon, and it's the same thing. It's just the same thing. And I was telling them, I was telling everybody on that podcast, I was like, man, I started a controversy by calling one of our callers Kim Pam like 3 times throughout the nation, and then we had a tight end named Vance McDonald, and there's a street in my local town here called Vance Jackson, and that's his name for me, Vance Jackson. I won't call him Vance McDonald. That just happens. But so, how are you? How are you doing, Pam? It's been a while since we've spoke on
Well, I'll tell you, man, I'm doing fine. Like, it's over. I feel, I thought I would feel.
Oh no! I was trying to pause it. All right, hold on. Cassie, since you're back, if you want to come up at any time, I can pause this video and we can go into more of your theory if you would like. Just hop on up on the panel or ask for a link, and we can pause in the middle of this video. I want to hear more of what your theory and what you're talking about. So just let me know.
The same thing. It's just the same thing. And I was telling them, I was telling everybody on that podcast, I was like, man, I started a controversy by calling one of our callers Kim Pam like 3 times throughout the nation, and then we had a tight end named Vance McDonald, and there's a street in my local town here called Vance Jackson, and that's his name for me, Vance Jackson. I won't call him Vance McDonald. That just happens. But so, how are you? How are you doing, Pam? It's been a while since we spoke on.
Well, I'll tell you, man, I'm doing fine. Like, it's over. I feel, I thought I would feel more relieved, but I guess I don't. I think that it's still, I feel this real need to stay in the game because, you know, my daughter graduated and my boys are transferring and my life continues. But I know I lost a brother. I watched my parents and saw the pain and felt the pain. And I just think that I thought I'd feel more able to leave, but I feel a civic duty that I need to continue to make and keep aware of it. And I don't know if I even have to. I think people care about these families, these kids enough, but I'll keep, every time I get a little quieter, there's a little silence. The national news doesn't cover it. Not that they cover it well anyway. YouTube does a far better job. I will tell you guys that. The YouTubers that are invested and organically and authentically invested in this do a really, really good job. Those that aren't looking for just, I think, what do they call them, clicks or likes or whatever, I think you guys all do a really, really good job. And it's your passion and it's your drive, and I hope that will solve it. I have a terrible fear in my heart that it's never going to get solved. That's
understood. Yeah, understood. And so what we're going to do today is we're going to, I'm going to ask you a few questions, so are the guys, and then we're going to go down from the start to the end. We're going to try to keep this in chronological order. And one thing that I want to keep this to is things that, that you were told from your daughter, things that you knew from the student that attended Brian Koberger's class that you spoke to, things of that nature. I really don't, we don't want to go down anything that you may have seen or heard on Reddit, 4chan, or other YouTube channels. There's one thing that I think I feel I need to say is it does take some training when it comes to talking to people as far as getting information. Police officers go.
Well, hey, I'm home early, so tomorrow. So just reach out to me, and we could even do it during the day on a offline StreamYard or something, and we can record it. Just let me know.
Go through the academy, and go through extensive training.
I definitely want to hear more.
Even through college and doing so. And sometimes, if you don't know what you're doing, you can go down a pretty bad rabbit hole, and people can start to mix facts with opinions. And we want to keep it clear from that aspect. So I first want to ask,
I totally appreciate that about you. I just want to tell everybody, you keep me off the ledge. Like, you can bring me back and say, well, that might be, and I hear you and I understand that, and I appreciate what you're saying, because you're right. I could start thinking, I could play the telephone game. So thank you for doing that. I appreciate that. So
no problem. So let's start off. Let's start off at the beginning. You were in Pullman, Washington, November 13th. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Why were you in town?
We arrived on November 12th because we went to Parents Weekend.
Mm-hmm. And what kind of events were going on that weekend?
We had a football game, and then there's just a whole lot of drinking and hanging out with your kids. There's, you go to the different fraternity houses if you're hungry. If they're 21, you go to the bars, you go to dinner. You just spend time with your child, meeting their friends, meeting the new people they've met, going to the games. That's basically, it's a party. It's spending time with your kid who's a young adult.
So the night of November 12th, were you with your son? Were you with your daughter? Were you with both?
So the night of November 12th, I was with my daughter. So my husband, we tag team, switched it up because he's not 21 and she's 21. He's not Greek. He's an athlete. She's Greek. Right. So it's kind of, they have different lifestyles. They have different lifestyles there. And so I was with my son during the day. And honestly, I forced him to go to get a pedicure because those feet needed to be attended to. He was not home for a long time, and I could tell. And so then we switched up. My husband my son went and had dinner, and my daughter and I went out to Vallow, which is a bar there, and all of her friends were there.
Okay.
That's
And
that's what we did.
and what time was the last time? Around what time was the last time that you saw your daughter that night?
So we dropped my daughter home. So my son, who's able to drive, and I mean, I even have a drink and drive. It's just not a good idea. I think it's bad fun. But we were not home around midnight, maybe 11, between 11 and 12. And my husband and my son came in. They picked us up from the bar. We went back to my daughter's house. We kind of tucked her in and grabbed, did a few things. So it was about probably when I left for about 1 o'clock, maybe between 12 and 1. Because I really tried to consider this because it's an important piece of time, I think.
Right.
About probably between 12 and 1.
And so you dropped her off at her house, is that right?
We went in with her. We took her in. Yeah, we took her in.
And how big is her apartment house? How many people live there?
So there's 5 girls who live in the home, and they're not giant homes, but they're older homes that have been converted into suites. So there's 2 roommates downstairs who share a kitchen, 2 roommates on the left wing, 2 roommates on the right wing, and then there's a living space, like a living room, and each wing has its own kitchen. So they're suite mates, and roommates are all 5 of them. So I guess it's 6. But they had one. They did not have one of their rooms was not. No, it was occupied. I think they had rented it out by then. So there were 6 girls who lived in the home.
Got you. And they lived in Pullman, right? Not in Moscow.
Right, correct. They were in Pullman. They attended Washington State University, and they were all Kappa Gammas.
Perfect. You guys have any questions for her about this aspect so far?
Yeah. When you were at the game, you said at the
football game.
Yeah.
No, I opted out of the football game. Actually, it's cold.
Oh, okay.
It's wet. It's rainy. It was not fun. So we didn't go to the game. But my husband and my daughter went to the game together.
Did they mention how the police? If there was a lot of police officers there?
There's always quite a bit of. Actually, they didn't mention that. To be honest with you, I didn't see an excessive amount of police officers that weekend at all. Actually, so they did not mention that. No.
Gotcha.
I guess I didn't even ask.
What about you, Big Blue? You got any questions so far?
Just one question. That evening, did you guys ever go near the bar where they were, or the food truck, or were you guys drinking in Pullman?
We were no, we did not go to the. We did not go to Moscow that earlier in the evening. No, we did not go there at all. We didn't go to the food truck at all. We've been there before, but we didn't go there then. No.
Gotcha. So the next day, you get notified of an alert. Around what time was that?
We were driving home, so it would have been after Walmart and having breakfast. We picked up at around 8 o'clock in the morning and did the whole thing for the day. And we left around, I guess we must have left around 3. So, and we're about 6 hours away, and I don't think we were in the past. It was probably around 5, between 4:30 and 5 is when we got the alert.
Gotcha. And you said you contacted. Right. And you said you called your daughter right away, right?
I did. I called Jory, not Jory, that's my other daughter, younger daughter. And I don't even know why I just said that, except I just got a phone with her. And then my husband called my son. And
what exactly did your daughter tell you, if you can remember? It's been some time, and I understand that.
It's been some time, and I have written it down, but I don't have it in front of me. But what she said to me was, "I know, Mom."
And what I'll do at the end of this video that we're watching is I'll go back and show you the calls that took place. I remember when they first came across and we started listening to him because we had heard about that individual as well that she first mentioned, I believe. I think she was the first one that had actually like came on a panel and started not looking up the incident that was nearby, but the actual, like, you know, saying, hey, I think this person has something to do with it, kind of stuff. But after this is done, I'll go back. I'll put the links out to those two. There's two videos. There's a first one and a second one. They did a lot of vetting. They explained all the vetting that they did. And great episodes. Like, they do amazing work. So I'll definitely put those links out there. So she's going to be referencing to this. They're asking her about the stuff that she stated in those first two calls that I'm talking to you guys about. Those were in late December, early January. I'll definitely throw those links out there because they are a good listen. And maybe when it comes to all these calls, maybe we can just do a, you know, if I got to do like a weekend episode where it's like a 5-hour episode or something, I don't mind, you know, chilling back and doing something like that where somebody could watch it, split it up or whatever, just to kind of check out all of them in one swoop, you know, just for the ease of convenience, and also a good refresh on things that were said. And it is always good to go back on these things. So I think it's definitely a good idea. Thank you so much for the kind words, sweet Caroline. I appreciate you so much.
I said, what do you mean you know, Mom? She was, well, I knew it's 10 o'clock. And I said, how do you know? What happened?
Well, I don't know if that was YouTube or what, but I'm going to go back just a teeny bit. Let me see, 28. Let's go right here.
Called my son.
And what exactly did your daughter tell you, if you can remember? It's been some time, and I understand
I
that.
spent some time, and I have written it down, but I don't have it in front of me. But what she said to me was, I know, Mom. I said, what do you mean you know, Mom? She was, well, I knew it's 10 o'clock. And I said, how do you know? Like, what happened? And she told me that 4 students were stabbed, and that and they had died, and that she and I said, well, how do you know that? And she said her sorority sister, who is a nursing student and attends school in Spokane, so often when she's in town, we'll stay at with my daughter and her roommates because they're all friends. They're the same. It's called the house. They all graduated together. They're PCs. I think they're PC 9. So so her sorority sister called and told her, and the reason and I said, well, why did she know? And she said because of her boyfriend, Mom. He goes to UI. And I said, she said, you know that they've dated since their whole lives. And I was like, well, I do know that, but I guess I didn't realize that. I don't know. I wasn't giving it that much thought in my life, I suppose. But so she knew that. And I said, well, still, but Peyton, why did, oh God, here I go. Keep saying her name, obviously. I said, why do you know that though? And she said, because she told me, and he goes to UI, and so she's friends with the Pi Phis because he goes there. And I said, but how do the Pi Phis know? How do you know at 10 o'clock and we don't know until now? She goes, I don't know that. And I said, but why do you know now? Why did you know at 10? And it's 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, and we don't know. And you know everything that happened, but the news doesn't say that. Because at the same time, I'm going through
Well, and this is what's crazy. I was talking to somebody at work yesterday. And I was saying, I was like, you know, this is another big question too. It states that the friends were called around 8:30 in the morning. Right. Like, check this out, everybody. The roommate that had dialed 911 but had passed out, the call was still active for one of the friends to then pick it up and talk to the 911 operator, right? So if the friends were called at 8:30 in the morning, how come the call that they're referring to the 911 call didn't happen until 11:54. I'm under the understanding that it was one of the friends that they had one of the group of friends that they had called over. Could be a neighbor, I'm not sure. And she even says go back and watch the 48 Hours episode. The friends confirm the early call. Right. So that's a big question too. If the friends were called at 8:30 in the morning, then why is the 911 call coming in at 11:54? It's another interesting question.
How do you know at 10 o'clock and we don't know until now?
That is true, SRB. Nothing
I don't
has
know
been
that.
confirmed.
And I said, but why do you know now? Why did you know at 10? And it's 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, and we don't know. And you know everything that happened, but the news doesn't say that. Because at the same time, I'm going through my phone looking for any information I can find. And there's just no information. And so then I said, what happened? And she told me that. And what she said to me was that there were 4 kids were killed. They were stabbed, and that there were 2 roommates there who locked themselves in their bedrooms because they were scared, but they heard a lot of noise. But it's a party house, so maybe they didn't know what was happening. And I said, hold on a minute. I said, did they call 911? She goes, I don't know. I'm like, Peyton, I'm trying to roll back, and this is the conversation. This is truly how the conversation went with us. Like, it's very scattered. It's very unbelievable.
Right. No, I understand that.
And,
so you call her, and the initial call that you have with her, she discloses that she was told at about 10 a.m. That 4 students' lives were taken, and that the reason that she knows is because of her sister, and I'm
10
saying sister
a.m.
because it's a sorority sister. Her boyfriend.
Friends showed up at 8:30 or so. Word starts getting around after everybody notices what took place, talks amongst themselves, then start reaching out to people. And then the grapevine reaches her at 10 in the morning.
Her boyfriend, who attends the University of Idaho, informed her sister, and that sister told your daughter. Is that correct? Did I gather that correctly?
That's absolutely correct. You are 100% correct.
All right, so I'm going to rewind that so you can hear that again.
Because they were scared, but they heard a lot of noise. The party house, so maybe they didn't know what was happening. And I said, hold on a minute. I said, did they call 911? She goes, I don't know. I'm like, Peyton, I'm trying to roll back, and this is the conversation. This is truly how the conversation went with us. Like, it's very scattered. It's very unbelievable.
Right. No, I understand that. So you call her, and the initial call that you have with her, she discloses that she was told at about 10 a.m. That 4 students' lives were taken, and that the reason that she knows is because of her sister, and I'm saying sister because it's a sorority sister. Her boyfriend, who attends the University of Idaho, informed her sister, and that sister told your daughter. Is that correct? Did I gather that correctly?
That's absolutely correct. You are 100% correct.
Now, did you see this sister the night that you were there on November 12th?
No, I did not see her there. I did not see her boyfriend there. And I would have known if they were there. I mean, I would have gone up and I would have known that. I would have addressed her. She would have addressed me. I know her. She's been going to school with my daughter for 4 years. They're friends. We spend, parents' weekend together. Her dad, her mom's gone. Her mom's deceased. But so we do spend, so I would have known she was there. and that was my thing to my daughter was, well, why did she call and tell you that? And I kept like, why would she call you and tell you this? Why are you getting this information before the police have gotten this information? Because the police just got this information, apparently, and nobody called. And she said, because she slept at my house. And I'm like, but Peyton, where are we going? I didn't see her. She goes, well, I said, where did she sleep? And she said, well, I don't know. I don't know where. There at 1. Was she there at 1? She goes, I don't know. I think so. And I said, and she's not thinking this is a major. I think she's not thinking it's major. I think it's not processing with her in her defense, because I do want to defend her.
And just a quick note, the only 2 sororities that are on probation right now in that area are the 2 sororities that the students that were unalived were associated with. So isn't that interesting as well?
So I just want to put that out there. I don't think any of the girls did. And I said, whose room was she in? And I said, because there was no empty rooms, right? And I said, and I was in yours. They weren't in yours. She said, well, maybe they stayed in her suite mate's room. And I said, your suite mate's room, parents were there. The parents were all there. Most of them in the same room. So where?
So just so I understand this correctly, your daughter is stating that the night of the incident, that her friend that had this information that told her about this, and her friend's boyfriend who attends the University of Idaho, claimed to have stayed at your daughter's house.
Correct.
But you were there and you didn't see them.
And I didn't see him, and that did not set well.
Pam, there is no set number. What was crazy is when we first, because I started my show right before this crime took place, like literally a couple days before. And when we started getting into this case, we were watching all the press conferences and everything. And that's what was crazy in the press conference, is that they couldn't even tell you how many people were there. They couldn't even give you an exact number. They said they weren't sure. And we sat there and we went, how in the heck do you not know how many individuals were there when you showed up? How do you know or not know how many individuals were there before you showed up? You have witness statements. You didn't. I mean, I don't know. It's just very confusing how all this stuff went down too. You know, from the get-go too. First calling it an unalive, self-unalive situation. Like, seriously? Like somebody's gonna do that to themselves? I don't know.
Right, and
now,
it took.
You left
so
around
that was
what
Thanksgiving.
time? Right. You
So we
left around what
between,
time?
Around 2-ish. Between 2 and 3-ish. We left. I never saw him
Okay.
or her.
You spent the night at your daughter's place the night of November 12th?
No, we did not spend the night, but we were only away from her for like 8 hours. We're not even. I mean, we dropped her at 1. We stayed in Colfax, which is just about 20 minutes or so from campus, and then went to, and then we went back at about 8 o'clock in the morning and went to breakfast and stuff with her.
Yeah. For all the people that showed up before they did Pam, they couldn't even give you an exact number. And we were just like, what? Because it was sketch from the get-go. Because when we first heard what happened, and then we saw the press conference, and we're like, and I know specifically, I was like saying it. I'm like, how in the hell? I've never heard of somebody who unalives everybody in the house and then self-unalives themselves in that manner. I'm like, who in the hell do you know is gonna, you know what I'm saying? And that's what they came out with first, and they were like telling everybody, it's safe, everything's okay, you know, you can go out in public, there's no worries. And we're like, nah, I wouldn't, no. And then shortly after that, when everybody was like, what are you talking about, Ellie? Shortly after that, actually, we feel that the location was a target. You had the coroner coming out having 3 or 4 different interviews and saying different things on all freaking one of them. You couldn't even know. Like, at first she stated they were all sleeping, all in bed. Then all of a sudden changed it up on the next interview, where two of them were in bed and the other 2 weren't. And then we're like, what? Wait a minute. Last week you just said they were all in bed sleeping. Like, now you're saying, like, what is, huh? And then the week after that, saying something different than that. And you're like, okay, what's the damn truth? What's the freaking truth? It is. It's unbelievable. Well, there's some word going out there right now that it actually might get delayed.
So at no time there did I see them, and I feel like she would have said, "Well, they were in my room." Because
Hey, at least it ain't as bad as Oklahoma. You know, Henrietta, where they leave computer towers and cell phones and bloody clothing behind and straps.
that would have made sense. We weren't
You know,
there. That was the only room that didn't have.
you know, the case is closed. Wait, I do need to do an update video, a couple hour show on it, because the stuff that came out today about their statement, oh my gosh, their statement. Yeah, there's so much content for another full show. Maybe I'll do that. I don't know. We'll figure it out.
I never saw him
Okay.
or her.
You spent the night at your daughter's place the night of November 12th?
No, we did not spend the night, but we were only away from her for like 8 hours. We're not even. I mean, we dropped her at 1. We stayed in Colfax, which is just about 20 minutes or so from campus, and then to. And then we went back at about 8 o'clock in the morning and went to breakfast and stuff with her. So at no time there did I see them, and I feel like she would have said, "Well, they were in my room," because that would have made sense. We weren't there. That was the only room that didn't have parents in it. That made sense. That would make sense. They weren't in the. They weren't in the room. They weren't. I was getting ready to go and do the thing of the day. I don't see anybody. I don't see those 2 anywhere. That just really did not set well. And that information about them staying there, I didn't get until she was back like 3 weeks later for Christmas break. The first information I got was only the whole, why didn't they call 911? And that was that Groundhog's Day, and where I called. Like, something is not right here. There's something amiss. And that's why I called the FBI. When I
Now, this call was like later in the afternoon, right? This call was later in the afternoon.
It was like
there's
the call
some, I see in the live chat people are saying, because I knew too that early on, like around the time that the news team was out there, the Gonzalez family had received calls, and somebody had told them that it wasn't a knife, that it was a gun related incident.
Right. But that was like their niece at like around 1 o'clock or something.
Right. So you talked to her after that, so that information would have been out by then. And so let's not go too far in the future as far as finding out about the boyfriend not being there.
Okay.
So you how many times did you have to talk with your daughter to get all this information out?
I enjoy him.
30 to 30 times a day. It was the only conversation we
What's up,
basically
Church?
had,
Right?
literally, for probably 2.5 months.
Gotcha.
It just
Guys,
wasn't enough.
Jaime, do you have any questions about this aspect of it?
Well, I was gonna ask. So far, I'm disappearing. What's it called?
Don't go.
Yeah, I'm disappearing. What's it called? Everything the FBI knows about it. There's nothing new to it.
Yeah, I've told the FBI. There's not. Well, you guys know, the FBI knows, but the general public doesn't know really. What the most concerning part of this and why, but you guys do know, and the FBI knows, absolutely 100% knows.
That's true too.
Okay, well,
And I think, and daily fairness knows.
Why do you think it took so long for your daughter to tell you the whole complete story?
I don't know. I because, well, I think because I think I could conjecture, knowing my child how I know her, I think that she was because at the end of the day, they don't talk. At the end of the day, snitches get stitches.
Yeah, I have a daughter that's in high school, and she recently got into the wrong crowd, and I had to go take care of something in school, and she mentioned something else like that. And I was like, "Don't be stupid." And so the incident was nowhere near as severe as the one that happened here. But kids these days are naive and immature, and they don't think very well sometimes. Now,
and as they get older, it gets more right. It could be right, even though it's not today with your daughter. Tomorrow it could be, because it just grows if there's no accountability and no atonement.
That's true.
Now, you know, just a little bit of background. When Kim came up to us and talked to us about this, she informed me about this stuff on a phone call, and then her and I had a conversation after that live. I then didn't put out that information because I had to vet who she was. I was able to verify Kim is who Kim says she is. Her first name is Kim. And I'm not going to disclose anybody else's name or last name or anything like that. But I was able to find out who this guy from the University of Idaho is, and backtrack him all the way to yourself, Kim, through social media and friends that he had with his girlfriend, and girlfriend tracking down to being friends with your daughter. You sent me records which showed that you contacted the Moscow Police Department. It showed you contacted a specific officer at the Moscow Police Department and the FBI as well. And so you also have sent me cards from the university, or Washington State University, and their directories. So those are things that I have seen and have forwarded to a couple of other creators that I found were credible. So that way it wasn't just us that were saying that you are who you say you are. And is that all true?
It is all true. It's absolutely true. It's 100% true. And I want it known, I didn't redact anything, and I'm not keeping anything back, because I want, I think that you lead that. If you think it's relevant, I will report. I will say it out loud, because I think you know better than I. And you are right. I can be I am emotionally involved in this. I'm emotionally attached because you know, that I knew these children, but I'm a parent, and it's just so close to home.
Everybody has a right to have an opinion. And I'll tell you this, prior to December 30th or December 31st, when Koberger got arrested, 99% of everybody's opinion online or on YouTube was wrong, because nobody had Brian Koberger pegged as the guy. So, you know, and who's to say he is the guy? It's all allegedly. And right now, I got some questions about it. Erica asks, and I wanted to bring this up. She said, she asked, one question I had, did her kids really transfer, or is one still there? And is it 2 or 3? How many kids did you have that attended WSU at that time? I know you've had several kids go to college, but at the time of the incident, how many kids did you have attending WSU? And one did transfer, correct?
2.
So
and I had 2 there. One graduated, one transferred out and went globally, and then I have a third who is going on the East Coast and would have gone there, but it's going on the East Coast instead of going there, attending now.
No, and understandably, I mean, I
So-
would have probably done the same with my children. So, Blue, do you have any questions?
I couldn't get my daughter to leave.
Yeah, she was vested there. She probably had a lot of college friends and wanted to finish out the semester.
100%.
Yeah, and she was a senior, and yeah, she loves school. She loves college. She loved going there. They all love it there. It just totally sucked that this had to be a thing.
Yeah.
But I had to respect her as an adult.
Right. Now, going back to the boyfriend from the University of Idaho, there's been a lot of speculation because you have mentioned the word alibi on another stream, and people jump to conclusions thinking that is the person. I mean, it's not true. Who?
Right.
Without saying names, which is going to be kind of difficult, or
Oh,
I can explain it. Right, I can explain it.
Oh, you can.
And you tell me if it's
I
correct.
felt
Yeah, you tell me
comfortable with
if I'm correct.
that.
Boyfriend, yeah, the boyfriend is an alibi to somebody who was cleared. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so
Absolutely.
it's not Brian Koberger's alibi. It's not
No.
an alibi for somebody who has been alleged to commit this crime, right? It was one of the persons who was cleared.
They have been alleged to commit the crime. They have been looked at to commit the crime.
Right. They were looked at early on in the investigation. They were cleared.
And they were cleared early on.
Right. And the person that was cleared resides in Moscow, Idaho, not anywhere else, right? This isn't Dylan's boyfriend, so to speak.
Correct.
Gotcha.
It's not Dylan's no, it's not Dylan's boyfriend. He's not even in a fraternity.
Right. And so this person here,
Exception for some students.
right. And so I wanted to make that part clear because that was something that I had seen coming up in a couple of different places, and I wanted to make sure that people understood that. And so your daughter, after a few weeks, ends up telling you that he, the boyfriend of, or the person that was kind of close to the situation, claimed to have been at your daughter's house, right? That's what you were saying earlier?
Correct. That's correct.
But you weren't, you were there. You left a little bit earlier. Is it possible that, he may have gone after the fact?
Everything's possible. Like, honestly, anything is possible. And I could be wrong, but
Well, what time did you
and
leave?
if I am, it was like around 1 o'clock when I left her.
Okay. All right. Yeah, because I know he was preoccupied that night earlier on with the football game, and I'll leave it at that.
Right.
And so I don't know, how late that football game ended and what his duties were after the game, so to speak, that would have prevented him of getting home until after 1 o'clock. And so there's that possibility. Now,
sure.
Your daughter tells you that that people were being texted as early as what time?
Well, 8:30. And the reason I know that of the 8:30 time is because so what my understanding was that my daughter's sorority sister was at the house at some point, but the one at the house, which I learned after pulling it out of her teeth, and that two of the kids involved who were looked at closely he was their ally, and he went to fast food, and then he went to their house, said they played video games all night. Then he left it, he said 7:30 or 8, and then went back and got his girlfriend from Poland. And so and so I think that 7:30 to 8:30 time frame, that's, and she went back, she left with him, is my understanding, was what I was told, and I have no reason not to believe that. I mean, at this point, there's a lot of who knows, but that is what I was told. That is what I corrected with the FBI as soon as I learned that this is not working, it's not right. And then that's when, and I said, she said, well, a lot of kids, they're like early in the morning. They were there early in the morning. I mean, 8 o'clock. That's what she said. I think that one of her friends, because I had the kids all over for around spring break, and they're not very forthcoming. But if you want to ride to the airport to Arizona, you're going to be forthcoming, because I'm going to hold that over your head. And so, I'm a plethora of time. And yeah, it seems like I think the sorority sister might have stayed at my daughter's house or not, but knew at 8:30, and there was a narrative discovered and built, and two people who are really important to the case I don't think they did it. I think they thought it was a shakedown. I do not think any student did it.
Right.
But I think that they all
nobody
know
told you that,
more
right? That's
than they're
something that
saying.
when it comes to the shakedown stuff.
Well, I know
that's
that
not something that your daughter told you that she thought it was a shakedown.
No, that I was told. No, I was told that.
You were told what? When were you told that?
It was a drug house that they were there. The creeper was there, and there were people there.
Okay. Well, hold on. Who told you this? And when was this told?
My child told me this. This was in the beginning.
And she was told by the student from University of Idaho?
The student's girlfriend from University of Idaho.
Okay. So where did she get that information from? Do you know?
No. I'm on my... Well, I did ask that. Actually, I do know. What my daughter told me is that she got it from the Wi-Fi.
Oh, she got it from the sorority.
Yeah, she got it from the sorority. That's what she told me at the time.
Right.
I know, because that changes. See, everything there. It's like they, you know. It's really difficult. Right. Kids aren't going home for holidays ever again.
Right. And there was a photo at the corner club, because people are bringing it up about the corner club, and Jack was at the corner club until approximately...
He's Jack and Adam's alibi. He's Jack and Adam's alibi.
Right. But that was after the... Well, here's the thing. If you left at 1 and Jack and Adam were at the corner club till about 1:30, then there is a possibility that they perhaps maybe he did go back home after that fact, or back over there after you had left. Now, as far as the drug house thing, I do want to bring up something real quick. I'm not sure if you can watch this. I want the guys to see it as well. This was from JLR, and he posted this earlier, and I want everybody to just kind of get an idea of this. Now, this is referencing Emma Bailey, who is has been arrested and charged with the, I guess, an overdose, life-taking that had occurred with another student who was an ex-fraternity president, I believe. And so this is actually at the 1122 King Road residence, and wanted to show this to everybody.
Now let's go make contact. How goes it?
Oh, hi, how are you?
Who lives here?
We're not.
Now there's a lady here with a bandana thing that's on top of her head, and supposedly you can hear Bailey in the background. Now, there's been questions about a tattoo on one of her arms. I will say that sometimes there's a mirroring effect when you upload things or upload pictures. And so what looks like to be on your left arm could be your right arm, and vice versa. And keep an eye on her arms. I'm not sure if there's a tattoo, but it's been speculated that this person on the left here could be Emma Bailey.
You don't know who lives here?
No, I don't.
We're just here for a noise complaint.
Oh, okay.
Hello, Deputy Miller Sheriff's Office.
Hello.
Driver's license, vehicle registration. Reason we're chatting is running the red light.
Oh, was it red?
Mine was green when you cleared the intersection.
Oh, my bad. I thought it was yellow when I went, so I'm sorry. It was yellow when I went. I'm sorry if it turned red.
What does yellow usually mean?
Go slow.
Yeah, because it's changing.
I don't see a tattoo on that arm.
You gotta come to a stop.
My apologies. I'm sorry.
Okay.
You're correct.
Do you have your vehicle registration?
Yes, I do.
Where are we coming from tonight?
Oh, just the over in Emporium
Okay.
in Pullman.
All right. How much have you had to drink tonight, Emma?
None.
You've had something.
Some?
Yeah, you've had some.
Not enough to drive.
Okay. Hop out for me, would you?
Okay.
How goes it?
I'm trying to see if there's a picture there. See, it's hard to tell.
How are you?
Who lives here?
We're not.
Right here, it's hard to tell if there's. It doesn't look like there's one on that arm either. If that's her left arm, then that would be the arm that would be sticking out the window. I don't know.
You don't know who lives here?
No, I
We're
don't.
just here for a noise complaint.
He mentions that, but I really didn't see a tattoo. It's blurred out too. On her
It was
arms
yellow
there.
when I went. I'm sorry if it turned red.
What does yellow usually?
So I don't know when she may or may not have had the tattoo, but she was friends with one of the persons that was on the lease there. And so there is somewhat of a connection there when it comes to Emma Bailey and that house. And Emma Bailey, again, has been charged with some pretty serious crimes when it comes to drug offenses. Were you aware of that, Kim?
She's on mute.
Oh, yeah, you're muted. I muted her. That's why. There you go. You're unmuted, Kim. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, I had muted you
I'm
just
aware of
because
it.
of
I
the-
was aware of it when it happened. It's okay. So it happened over spring break. And, they came over with that young man apparently, my understanding is, and of course I can be wrong, that he was visiting a friend in Centralia. They went to the UW but it wasn't the UW spring break. UW spring break is later because they're on different. Wazoo and UW are in different schedules, and that he overdosed at the UW in Seattle and was taken to Harborview and was released. And I'm going to tell you right now, my brother died in Harborview. They do not release patients to go ahead and die 3 hours later. They just don't. It's just they're the best trauma center in the world. Like I will stand behind that for days. Now mistakes happen, but this did not run this way. This kid went. I have my own thoughts, and I'm not going to even interject them. But he was. I just don't buy that he did like. And if you look up, Emma has never been in trouble until that one DUI. And and now this, right, which is major charges she's facing, and her trial is May 15th, which is extraordinarily quick, especially for Washington State.
Oh wow!
And she's in jail in Washington State, so she's going to go to jail in Washington State. They took him over state lines, a U of I student over state lines. That to me is that.
We need to check that out.
But then the man she's with is 38, and he's got a police record a mile long in Pullman. He's from Tacoma, Washington. Now a girl who's been found missing, who's about maybe, Spanaway and Tacoma are really the same town, just broken down a little bit, school district or whatever. So that is concerning. Very concerning.
Right. No, and I understand completely. And so, I just wanted to bring that into attention that there was possibility of a connection there. Now, whether that's Emma Bailey walking out, she is friends with a person that was on the lease there at one point.
The headscarf is interesting, SRB. That's for sure, because how often do you see somebody wearing a headscarf?
And so we do know that at least somebody who did supply or sell or had some kind of dealings with narcotics was in that house, which is not something that I don't think anybody should be surprised about when it comes to, the type of events that were occurring at that house. You had parties reports to 150 people. Now, this is not us trying to victim shame or blame or anything like that. These are kids. Kids experiment. Kids do things. Myself, Blue, and Jaime, we would go to a different country at night and and consume alcohol and things of that nature. So at a very underage and stuff. So none of those things mean that that any of those type of things. But
I totally agree.
Yeah, it is important to know that there was a connection there. Now, you said that you brought up creepy guy and you brought up some things. Let's take that one step at a time. When were you informed that there was somebody recognized somebody there, or about the people and the possible alleged persons that committed this crime?
When I called my child the first time.
So she told you the very first day that that somebody had seen something. Right.
She told me
now,
the very first day. That's why they locked themselves in the room.
Right. So they, according to your daughter, she was told that they saw. What did they see exactly outside? And was it outside first, inside? Explain that to me.
So they saw, and it's my understanding it was Dylan that saw. She didn't mention Bethany. It was just Dylan. That's the only name that's ever come up anyway. And she saw there were people inside the house, and there were people outside the house. And she and Bethany got freaked out, locked themselves in the bedroom, but thought it was just a party. But didn't call 911. And I said they didn't hear any screaming, didn't hear anything. They just thought it was a party. I'm like, no 911.
And
Sure,
so
they thought it was a party. That's what they said.
They said they saw how many people outside?
So, one person was using a tree as a restroom.
I thought I heard 12.
And then
I thought I heard 12.
More than 2 people outside is my understanding, but I don't know where. I know the tree in the back towards it was a tree in the backyard that they saw. I don't know if there's somebody in the front as well. I don't know where that other person was. And then the people in the house, my understanding now is that they were in the house when they got there and they knew who they were and they let them in.
Gotcha. And now, I know there's been some speculation they saw people out, people inside.
Yeah, Cherry, this, because I remember you were in the shows back then when we went through those two, calls that she placed back in late December, early January. And again, I'll throw up the links to those shows. Let me see here, 1 second. Let me make sure these are separate here. All right, so call 1 was from 2 minutes and 34 seconds to 30 minutes and 34 seconds. If you guys want to save that to your playlist, that's the first one. Then the second one was basically from the beginning. And those are those 2 calls. You can actually also go to the Drunk Turkey Show YouTube channel. Definitely hit the sub if you're not subbed. Hit likes on the videos as well. Late December, early January, you'll see the WSU mom calls. And those are the first 2 that were made. Those are the first 2 that we did check out, that the ones that you're referring to, Cherry. And this is the same mom. This video was from yesterday, and it's titled WSU Mom Kim Clears the Air Live.
And some people are putting those are different people, getting to 6 different people.
Good evening.
Is that accurate, or was it the people outside were at one point inside?
No, it's different people.
So there was 6 people out there that night?
That is kind the number that came back around is there were, or inside and outside combined, there were 6 people that can be identified.
Gotcha. And who told your daughter that? Was that also coming from her friend or sister?
Or one of her other sorority sisters maybe got the information. I actually didn't ask her where the information came from because, one, I wasn't going to give it to anybody or the police even. And I was just going to call and tell them what I knew, and they could either choose to take the avenue and go there. But I would have told Steve, Kaylee's dad, or any of the parents, if they called me and said, who was the student? And I did receive a phone call from one parent, and I did say the student that's name that I knew. And I will tell any of the parents, any of the students' names.
Right.
I've told you names, right? But I don't want to tell the world names because they don't get their life back if there's a mistake, and there can be a mistake.
Right, exactly. 100%.
I mean, right.
So is it possible that the people they saw was earlier that night?
You know what? I guess anything is possible. I believe Bethany came. My understanding is Bethany went to Sigma Chi after the dance with Xana. I actually believe it was likely doing what she said she was doing. Her dad called and was there at midnight, whatever, maybe waiting for Ethan to get back from the dance with his sister. There was some kind of fight, and I do believe that she went over there.
Now that's your
probably
belief.
brought him home.
That's not something
That's
you
my
were
belief.
told, right?
Yeah, it's not something factual.
That's-
It's something
yeah,
that I've pieced together, braided. Yeah.
Right.
I braided that together. I did because that I don't know, right? Because why would you let it? There's so many things. It's like doesn't make sense. So yes, part of it I'm mom, and so thank you for clarifying. You know, they were there at Sigma Chi, and that the girls who were on the 2020 show and the 48-hour show are directly involved, and that I know because I've been told that by several different girls, not just from WSU, but from Unify.
And I will say this: I watched that.
Contact.
I watched that 2020, and there was a statement made by one of the sorority girls saying that they were called in the morning or called them in the morning because they couldn't believe it. They had heard about it and they called them and they didn't answer that morning. So they felt that it wasn't, I don't know what, but they had mentioned a call in the morning on that 2020 video.
And why would they call?
Right. The call in the morning doesn't make sense if the 911 call didn't come until about noon. Guys, do y'all have any questions up to anything up to this point? We'll start off with you,
Well, back to the fact, that for her daughter to tell the story, right? Kim, what would your advice be to other students that have information about this case?
Tell somebody. If you need, I don't care who you call, but tell somebody that you trust, like your parents, and go directly to the FBI and bypass every other law enforcement agency. Go with an attorney, gather your friends, tell everything you know. You are stronger together than you are individually. They cannot hurt you if you're all together. If you are all together and you say something, you can put an end to this, and you don't have to live in fear anymore. They're afraid. That's what I would tell them. I will go with them. In a hot minute, I will fly over there and I'll be there and go with them if they think that would help. But I certainly will put my money where my mouth is. I will do that. But I do think that if they can't afford an attorney, I will go ahead and make sure that they have everything to say something so they don't get hurt and nobody else gets hurt again.
Right. 100%. 100%. Any other question, Hannah?
No, man. At least I'm.
What about you, Big Blue?
No, I just wanted to say thank you, Kim, for coming on. And my question was, how was your experience this time compared to last time? Because last time I was gone the last interview we had.
Oh, right. And you know what? Well, I missed you. You were always missed. You know that, buddy. Thank you for having me on. Thank you for, I will, if I get an alert at 4 a.m. Guess who's getting woken up? I'm waking up Daniel because he gets it right now. And I'm like,
That's true.
God, Kim, you're so like, what I do, I will tell you first. I will tell you because I know that I can trust you and you will talk off the left. And I don't think that's going to screw this up, but important and that kids aren't safe. I know you guys care. So as much as I missed you, I'm glad you're here tonight.
Yeah. 100%.
I like her. I think she's so cool.
There's a couple things I want to ask you. You mentioned to me that the police and the FBI had told you something about
She needs her own
the
YouTube
stories
show.
that were
She's got a
coming
great
out
voice too.
from a lot of places. That the only thing consistent was that there was some lying and stories were changing. Can you explain that a little bit better?
So it was not the FBI, it was the Idaho State Patrolman that was sent, and I think you have his name too, that I sent you his number, and he's the one who said when I called to say, I think I discovered a lie, and I'm not sure where to put it and what to do with it.
Yeah, we did an episode on her before a long time ago. Very
I'm not sure where they
interesting.
stand, but Moscow, I wouldn't have called, but, he said, well, this isn't the only lie we've discovered, and
you
that kind
discovered
of
a lie from your
sense.
daughter, right?
I discovered a lie that, yeah, but I don't know if she was telling me, and I'm not trying to protect her because if she's got any culpability in here, well, you know what, kid, you face that. That's your jam. It's on you. But I believe that these kids that were organically told, and also because one of Xana's sister, Justin, goes to Wazoo. So so I think that it was a purposeful feed of information to this group of girls, and there's probably some that went to Jasmine's sorority house because she's Greek as well. So that I'm pretty sure that's what I was told. But so I think that she just believed what she was told, because who would believe that anybody you knew this would happen to? You know what I mean? It's like it's just not even, I just think it's just not even, it's hard to process it, to wrap your head around it, that this actually happened, and it happened to people who are my.
Yeah, we did an episode on her. Oh my gosh, how long has it been? It's been a few months. Yeah, we did a episode on her, kind of going into her background and interviews that she did. Yeah, definitely. I'll go through my past videos and I'll pull up the link and I'll put it in chat if you guys want to check it out. It was a good episode. Yeah, it's very interesting. The books that she wrote, the stuff that she studied, not just SKs, but paranormal and all sorts of stuff. Very interesting.
Age, and it could have been me, and my friend's sister was one of I trust my friends, so why wouldn't I do it? And that's kind of blind trust.
And Robin comes in with a $5 super chat. Says, please, and I'll explain this. He goes, please explain why, if all the information is out this early, why no one, the victims being removed. Media spot on instantly. I'm not sure how fast the media was out there, to be honest with you. The city of Moscow and Pullman, they're relatively small. Kim, you probably know this better than I would. Where is the nearest major news station located at? Is there like an NBC, Fox, ABC News?
Yeah,
in that
I think
area?
there's a Fox one. I think that Fox might have a source there, but I think ultimately the first responders were like the Evergreen, which would have been Spokane. I think it is maybe there's a news outlet in Spokane, and then each school has their own. About 40 minutes. So that's a drive, right? Yeah,
So
but you have
if
but that information has to be released.
Right. So the information that the students had, that wouldn't get to the news media. And initially the news media was reporting that there was an unconscious person, which tells me that they probably got their information from police. Police weren't even called till noon. So that's kind of why all that was taking place. Now, my other question is, I have two, but the first one is Creeper. When did that information come out, and what was the information about the Creeper?
It came out that day, the 13th, and it
Right.
came out through the room, one of the roommates, and he was just referred to as the creeper.
Mhm.
That
And
I
what did they
didn't
say
know. I
that they
didn't have a
saw
name
him
attached.
inside the house or outside of the house? Where did they see the creeper?
Correct.
Inside. And-
Inside the house. Yes, it was the creepers came in the house. Yes.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. Now,
I'm
you had
here,
mentioned to
Cassie.
me that there was blood on a washing machine.
I ain't ghost.
At your daughter's, I guess, the laundromat that they shared for their area.
You're ghost.
Where do you know relatively how close that laundry area was to, let's just say, Koberger's Steptoe Apartments in Pullman, Washington? Do you know where the Steptoe Apartments are?
Not too far. We have it in our Google Maps saved.
Are you still there? You still there? Kim, I'm not sure if
Now go ahead and pause it real quick. And I'll show you guys, if they're going to reference the Steptoe Apartments, I'll show you guys real quick. And then we'll get back to their conversation. Steptoe Apartments are right here. That's where Brian Koberger resided. Brent Kopaka resided at Coffee House Apartments. And this Washington building right here is the surveillance that supposedly caught Koberger's car shortly before the crime and a couple hours after the crime. So that is the reference to what they're talking about here.
if you can hear us still. You still there?
If they, you know how they had the house taped up with crime scene. I wonder if they still have his apartment taped up with crime scene tape, and they have somebody watching that.
Bautismo said it loves you too.
Oh, there you are. Yeah, I don't know what
I don't know if I don't mute. My phone rings, so maybe it was my phone. My phone rings,
okay.
so I'm sorry.
So no,
no, it's a Steptoe. They were not. The Steptoe is not
close.
Taped up. And can you hear me now?
No. What I was asking is, so you had mentioned to me that there was blood found in a washing machine at the place. Where was that washing machine? Is that located in that house that your daughter was?
Yes. So they have like you know how in the Midwest you have like these cellars, right? Like for tornadoes and cellars and canning and stuff. So in the live outs that are in Greek Row and Wazoo, a plethora of them have their washing machine and dryer part in a house. So it's kind of a laundry room in the cellar, and they don't lock. The doors don't really lock. You know, it's not the safest situation anyway. And apparently, they went down to do laundry, one of them, and there was blood all over the washing machine, in her individual residence where the 6 girls lived.
And
but Koberger was already
would somebody have it? Oh, so this happened well after the incident?
It happened when they went back to school. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So it's probably not related. All righty.
Well,
I mean, it could be, but I don't.
The fact is, then the next day it lit on fire, and then the following weekend there was a phallic symbol upside down. My whole face. You don't know what's going on for sure. Why not take an opportunity to take DNA? You don't know what's going on.
Right.
I mean, so that was my whole, and that was the phone call to the police department. Was we got 2 months left together, so why don't we do this nicely and get along? And you just rotate and circle my Greek row, and then let me know. You know, keep an eye on these kids because something is up. Why wouldn't you take DNA in this situation? Like just because you can.
Right.
I don't know.
No, I understand.
Like
I understand covering your bases.
Yeah.
It's just, you know, if it's something that was like well after the fact, blood wouldn't leave marks like that. Like for instance, blue. Like if it's been a couple of weeks, even if you have, you know, blood-soaked clothes that were left in a bag for over a month, that
Sure.
that blood would have been dried
Mhm.
up, right? Blue and flake. Is that correct?
It's hard to tell, man. Like if it's a big pile of blood, it might still be
Right.
a little moist. Like it would still blemish, but it wouldn't be dripping. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And so,
Right. And my whole thing
Now-
was, is this a message to have your mother shut up?
oh, so this was after
know.
you made calls,
But they were afraid. Not. Yeah, it was.
and so,
And everybody knew. And I don't care. I mean, honestly, I care because whatever. I care because it's the right thing to do. So, but if you're bothered by it, I want to know why you're bothered by it. Because if you have nothing to hide and you've done nothing wrong, then you shouldn't be bothered. You should want answers
Right.
too.
Right. Now you had mentioned that there was I don't know how to say this. You described the scene that had like perhaps an organ taken from the scene.
Yeah.
Was that something that you heard
What?
put together off of things?
Hold on 1 second. I want to hear that again. 113, an organ being taken from the scene? What?
And so,
And everybody knew. And
That's
I don't
true,
care.
Pam.
I mean, honestly, I care because whatever. I care because it's the right thing to do.
Oh,
So,
what?
but if you're by it, I want to know why you're bothered by it. Because if you have nothing to hide and you've done nothing wrong, then you shouldn't be bothered. You should want answers
Right.
too.
Right. Now you had mentioned that there was I don't know how to say this. You described the scene that had like perhaps an organ taken from the scene.
Yeah.
What?
Was that something that you heard put together off of things, or was that something that
I
you
heard
put
that.
together?
No. I heard it on. I actually heard it that day, the 13th.
What?
The kids knew what the
That it-
injuries were, and Xana's injuries were so.
Right.
I heard all of that information that day. I do know. I didn't know what 4chan was, or there's subreddit. I don't
Reddit
do
and
those
stuff.
things. I don't know what they are. Yeah, subreddit. Yeah, I learned that today. What subreddit is, but
Yeah,
I
just
figured
because
that out.
What?
that was a rumor that I had read off of some of those things, and that's
Whoa,
why I was
hold on a
wondering if
minute.
it was
Hold on
something
a
that you
minute.
had seen off.
Okay. When was this? An email? Is that the email that was turned over to LE or something? They read that on a live? Is that the one where the email was something about you have a duty to the public or something, something? Taking her. See, I never heard that email. I never. I haven't checked out that show for a while. I never heard that email. I don't even know where. Did you send that to me? I don't. Yeah, if you have, or I can always go to the channel. Okay, yeah, thank you. That's interesting. See, now I never heard about an organ. What?
For those things as well.
I heard it from them, which really disturbed me because then I think you did say it was on Reddit, and then I did open up Reddit and look, and then I'm thinking, what are people saying? And then I can't even get into it, David, because I don't.
Oh, so that's where she saw it? So she just saw something being written and then wrote it in an email as a fact? Is that what took place?
I don't even know. I mean, I heard that from people too.
Oh, we don't need to find it tonight. Don't worry about that, because there's still probably 25 minutes left of this, and we're going to be pushing it late, so don't worry about that. I'm definitely, I got a lot of stuff to go through, so we'll be doing more Idaho 4 shows coming up, not so much Oklahoma. I might actually, the more I think about it, because there's so much stuff that's coming out about Oklahoma, I might actually do that tomorrow and just kind of go focus on that. And if anybody wants to watch the replay, they can, or whatever. If you're available to hang out in the early afternoon, go ahead and hang out. But I definitely need to get some updates on that one out. And then we'll be doing our normal hangout Friday night. Family Feud tomorrow night, open panel Family Feud. And I'm going to try the Jackbox games on the Xbox now that I got it all figured out. I'm going to see if we can do Jackbox on the Xbox and have the actual game audio and like 20 some games to choose from instead of the couple that we've been playing without the audio. So I'm going to try that tomorrow night too. And then there's got a couple little things that I want to chill back and watch as well. All right, so let's get back to this. I'm not sure. I think it goes all the way to the end. We'll see, though. We got about 25 still.
Right. And we also have to remember here that the initial rumor that went back to the family was that these kids were their lives were taken by a gun, and that ended up being far from the truth. So just because we hear certain things like this,
you guys are crazy,
doesn't mean that it's true. For one, doesn't mean it's not true. Doesn't mean it's not partially true. You know, there could be parts of truth in there, and you know, you also have to take into effect that in a small town where news travels that fast, stories can get pretty big pretty quick. And
absolutely right. So there's hope it's not true.
Right. I mean, I find it hard to believe just because of the. Well, then I don't know. I mean, I read an article here recently, and they talked about the scene being extremely gruesome.
Right.
And you know that if they only found one footprint, that it sounded like it was pretty clean, and I don't think that ended up being the case. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Taxes are.
That makes it just all is so suspicious. Like if I go home,
that's funny.
I left my kids alone, like when they're older, and they had a party, right? I would know if people are in my home. I'd never do that. I've never left my kids alone. I think children, the older they get, the more supervision they get necessarily, so they can afford their own lives. That's what I believe. But I would know if, and so they were trying to. Is that what they meant by cleaning up? Is that why it took so long?
Yeah, it's private. And honestly, the more I think about it, I really do need to do an episode on them in the afternoon just to get all the updates, because there is a lot to go over. There's a lot of stuff that's came out the last couple days that I haven't been able to put out there. So I've been covering it since the very beginning, and I want to make sure that I stay to it because I don't know. It needs to be talked about point blank and period, and all the way up, down, in between, all that shit. Like I do want to try and have a meeting this weekend with anybody. It'll be an offline meeting where we get together. I'd like to discuss with you anybody that would like to be a part of a team, an information team. I would like to get together sometime this weekend. I'll put out a community post and a link. And I have a list of about 8 or 9 things that I kind of want to look into, and I want to share that with everybody. But just have an offline meeting where we all sit back and chat, and I'll kind of discuss some things, and then we can go from there. But yeah, everything's private. Even if anybody wants to call and leave me a voicemail, anybody that's watching in replay, if you have any information, you're more than welcome to even leave a voicemail or a text message. 812-250-8484.
Wrong. Was that somebody's role in this? It just makes more sense than anything else than not calling the police.
Right. And we do know that
Police
there was
don't care if you're high.
Right. Right. And we also remember there was reports that that the front door was open as early as 8:30 in the morning, 9 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
And so those things, there are some little bits and pieces that have come out. As far as the extent of Xana's injuries, I believe it was, you got to take it for what it is. Actually, I think it was Ashley Banfield who described that her injuries were so severe because of that she was fighting back, that she may have held onto the knife that her fingers did perhaps, were extremely damaged throughout the outcome of that incident.
Right. Good night, Kathy.
So, those things ended up coming out to be somewhat, at least comes out to be accurate to a certain degree. And like I said, there's a big fish story where, from when it goes from one person to the next, you can see where it could get bigger and bigger. And you didn't get any of this information from anybody inside that house, right?
That's true.
I
SRB.
got it from my daughter wasn't in the house, but she got it from people who were in the house.
Right. And so, and even at that, I don't think did your daughter get this information from directly Dylan and Bethany? I don't think so, right?
No, she did not.
Okay, so
but I did call the
it is
about it.
Right. So it is sort of passed on from one spot to another to another.
Right.
So we do have to use some thought here that you can be told these things, and what you can be very honest about what is, what you were told. The information may have been exaggerated going one person to another. It may not have been exaggerated. We don't know. We don't know all the details here. And so I just want to make sure that everybody understands that. And so, like I said, even the family got some wrong information early on, based on rumors that were going on, that this incident was committed in a certain manner that wasn't true.
Right.
And so just kind of want to preference that incident.
These guys do great work.
Right. So the only thing I do know is that Kaylee's dad said that the injuries were different.
I'm glad we were there from the beginning.
And that
these guys do a lot of great work.
I think that the source I got it from was very reliable.
Gotcha. And so now I know there was some more statements out there that have been put out there. I know there's been a couple of creators who have put out that you were talking to Grandpa Joe, aka President Biden, which I don't think that's true.
Oh, that's not. I meant. No, that's just my poor tech skills. I apologize, but at 57, I'm not changing. I'm an old dog is not getting new tricks. So yes, I left out. I meant the president of the universities, but I'm not wrong. I did call the federal.
She's funny.
Person in charge of education for the feds, federally in DC. I did, and if I thought calling Biden would help, I'd call him.
I don't think you'd remember.
In a hot minute. I mean, I really would. I know, right? We're looking at the wrong guy right now. But
so you talked to you were talking to the president of the school, right? Not the president of the United States.
Both of them.
Gotcha.
Right? No, not the. But I would call him in a hot minute. But I did call governors in both states.
Gotcha. And then understandable. You want to get
because they're state schools.
You want to make sure.
Wow.
Right.
I don't want anybody else. Kids are dying still. That's crazy.
Right. I've seen a couple of times that people ask, and I'm not sure. I don't think there's any way possible that you would know this. But one person had asked earlier in the chat if he knew what Steve Gonsalves meant when he said that she had a strong alibi. And Robin says, does SG know who or what happened? Do you know any of those?
I don't know that. I don't know what he was talking. I don't know what he was talking about as far as who she had an alibi. All I know is that when he said she, I know because he said she, not he. So
right.
That is all I heard. That's really what my focus was on. No, I don't know who he was speaking of.
Right. And so,
I don't
yeah, I
know.
wanted to,
Right.
we wanted to answer that aspect of it. I don't know what he was referring to as well. And so now,
I do
do you
think
guys
his
have
wife,
any?
though, has a really good on this. Like his wife said, a number of people. I think that his wife is really got a good feel. Like she's got a mom instinct on this, and I think that a little more relevance should be given to her because she and Olivia, her sister, not Olivia, our Olivia. I think they really have. I think Steve does too, but that family wants this solved, and they have a really good pulse on this, I think. So I
Right.
think
No,
they're
I'm fairly
willing to listen to
positive. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that they know quite a bit. Oh man.
Right.
Anna comes back with another $49.99 super chat. The thing that bugs me the most is that the roommates called friends before cops. They called the cops hours after letting their friends know.
Mhm.
At any age, I'd know that murder is just more serious than drugs, which is a priority to address. Your daughter was part of Greek Road, right? Are you familiar with any unwritten rules about calling sorority before police or anything like that?
Oh, they're written. They're not
Oh,
unwritten.
they're written.
They're in writing. Now, they have changed at Washington State. Peyton's PC class lost a boy to drinking. And so his parents were pretty instrumental. His name is Sam. What's Sam's? Martinez. I'm not sure what Sam's last name is, but they're good. Sam laws are now that 911, we don't even care what you're doing. We're not even going to look at you. We're not even going to call you. We don't even want your name. You keep a kid alive. That's all you got to do. That's the rule with the state of Washington now. But then the follow-up to that is, don't you talk to any soul after that. You call 911, you say this, so they get there, you leave, you called your lawyer. They have to sign NDAs. I did not know that until this year.
Really?
But she's 18, right? Yes, they sign NDAs.
Well, I'm not too surprised by that, to be honest with you. I mean, if there was an incident that happened at the University of Idaho where there was a professor who took the life of one of his students that he was having an inappropriate relationship.
Yeah.
That the student had went to the school and basically told them about what was going on, and due to confidentiality and probably an NDA, they basically said that they would investigate it, but they couldn't go further than that or contact the authorities because of their confidentiality. And from my understanding, he ended up losing his job, but police weren't involved. Medical, healthcare medical professionals weren't out there. Yeah, and so
they told them they told them to go away. They told the girl to go away, and then she was killed.
Exactly. And so we read
That's
that.
Insanity.
Yeah, we read that, and we're like, whoa, that's insane.
And it's truthful. It is insane. It's like, and the parents don't get to know. I get to write a check, but I can't know my kid's grade. I don't get to see what he ate when it's not middle school anymore. But I can write you a check. You'll take my money, but I got to get my kid's permission to find out the information. I call bullshit. I'm sorry, excuse my language, but what? That's insane. They are feral kittens right now, out on their own, on their parents' dime, and having a good time, which is great. They earned it. They did well to get there. They earned their way in. But come on. The school and the administrators and the government needs to help out parents. It's crazy.
Oh, wow. True Crime Cafe with Dago, who you were on earlier today with, correct?
I was. I was. He's a very kind person.
Yes, he does a great job. If you guys aren't subbed that way, make sure you go check that out. He said, we found and posted the rules in stream yesterday. They're written in the Greek handbooks. It's crazy. And so, I mean, a little bit more and more the more the story comes out as to why certain things may have happened. It's just one of those situations where it's just super sad and unfortunate. And it's come down to the point where I myself am thinking that, maybe with so many people that are passing due to hazing, alcohol overdosing, drug overdosing, that are all affiliated with sorority and fraternities, that maybe perhaps that's a practice that shouldn't be, being done anymore.
I
Big
agree
Blue
with
does
you
have to go to work,
wholeheartedly.
so we'll see
I
Big
have
Blue
told
later.
them. Oh, goodbye, Blue. Thank
Y'all have a
you.
good night, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
We almost
Good
had
night.
2,000 tonight, so everybody take care. Y'all drive safe.
Oh, good.
Hit that like and subscribe.
I
Bye,
think I have petitioned the schools to get rid of Greek Row.
You're right.
It's a private entity, and
Right.
that's what they said. They're private entities, so they can't.
And so
I would, if I had more children going through that weren't athletes, I would never let it go down again.
Right,
Ever.
right. No, I mean, I get it. I understand. It is something that, like I said, that there's a lot of unnecessary passings that are affiliated in this direction.
Right.
And it's crazy. Now, did you hear? Because the question comes from Full Moon. There was no sign of forced entry into this house. Are you aware if the creepy guy or anybody that was inside the house, were they allowed in? Did they sneak in? Did your daughter know anything about that?
So my understanding is when I asked that question, because I did actually ask that question, it's a party house. Everybody goes there. They can just walk in. The kids don't lock their doors. I think they do now. They're better at it now. But the honest to God truth is, you could probably get into any house on Greek Row at any time. They don't lock their doors. They are living in a bubble. And that's the truth. I mean, everybody's got this question about how did they get in? Well, they walked in.
Right.
Like,
it is a small community, and they're very trusting. And when we first started covering this case, when it came out, that we found out then that a lot of the residents there didn't even lock their doors because of how safe they felt. Not just the college students, the actual residents of Moscow, Idaho. They were so trusting, and it was such a small community that it was normal for everybody to leave their doors unlocked.
and they were in there beforehand, but they were also invited. I know that they were invited in. They had been guests in that house. For Coburger to be there 12 times isn't weird. It's just not weird.
I'm not necessarily sure he's been there.
Right.
To be honest with you.
He could have been visiting a friend that lived next to the location. And when we heard about the Lori Vallow expert about the cell phone evidence and how strong the ping alibi or the ping evidence is, I don't know. I don't think when they're doing these cases, they should be saying that they pinged here in front of this house and all this other shit. They should be saying it pinged off of this tower, because it can totally be misleading. Just look up the experts on cell phone pings and you'll see what I'm talking about. There could be a cell phone tower a half a mile away, and then another cell phone tower 1.5 miles, 2 miles away, and the cell phone tower that's 1.5 miles, 2 hours away could be pinging your phone, not the one that's a half a mile down the road, based off of obstructions. It's constantly searching for the best signal out of a few towers, constantly. So if there's obstructions, with the one 1/2 mile away, it will go to the one farther away because it can get a better signal. And yeah, that's Pam. That's who I was thinking of where he maybe have been visiting. I definitely do on the next episode. If you guys want to help me get together some Enon content that we can kind of go over. Maybe we'll focus the show on Enon and Emma. How about that? Enon and Emma.
If you look at tomorrow, myself and Blue are going to go through the newest airmail article. Jaime might be on the show. I'm not sure yet. But I'm going to go through that article. And I know Jaime has to go here pretty soon as well.
Okay.
I'll stay on for a little bit longer, but there's...
And I can come back anytime you have questions.
Awesome. In the Howard Bloom article that recently just came out, it states on there that they had the pings, but those pings were, the accuracy was about 14 miles. And so he could have literally been anywhere in Moscow, and he would have been connected to the same tower. And so, I mean, he could have been at his house.
There's no way. Yeah,
and so it's not necessarily saying that he wasn't there. I'm not saying that at all.
Right.
And we got to do it where you guys can explain how you guys feel, because it sounds like you guys have been looking down that rabbit hole for a while, and I'd definitely love to hear your thoughts and opinions on why, what your feelings are regarding these individuals and why. Definitely love exploring all the different theories, thoughts, and opinions. I appreciate you guys.
Just saying that there's a possibility that he may not have.
They don't prove anything,
Right.
especially in that area, because it really doesn't prove anything in that area. Plus, the proximity between his apartment and the airport, I think, can cause some kind of disturbance in that. And also, the gas station has him going towards Troy, which is opposite of Pullman. So that doesn't make sense. So,
there's a lot in that article that's a little bit eye-opening, and we're gonna go through that tomorrow. So I'd highly recommend, if you're not subscribed, y'all subscribe and hit that notification bell. That way you guys are aware of that. Jaime, well, I mean, I think I've gotten everything that I wanted to get answered from Kim and cleared up. Do you have any questions for Kim?
Kim, ever since you first came out with this information, what has been the backlash? That's probably one of my questions.
I can't hear him. You sound like Sasquatch.
What he had said, he sounded good to me. I'm not sure if you didn't hear him right. He said, what kind of backlash?
I can hear it. It sounds like Sasquatch.
Yeah. What kind of backlash did you
what?
receive? Backlash or, criticism from people.
That affected me? Nothing.
Well, like what kind of?
You know what?
She said nothing.
I'll say
people
this.
saying I was a pretension or
Right.
I just nothing that made. I'll say that.
Right. And that's good. That's
Right?
good. You know,
I
some
did
people
put
would
eyes
have
on my
gotten
daughter.
scared.
My daughter had security on her all semester. Right. So I'm in a position where we could do that. I mean, I'm not saying that it wasn't extra and a lot of that and provide her security and keep her safe and her roommate safe, but I'm not going to shut up. I mean, four children are never going home. I'm never going to shut up. And whatever that costs at the end of the day. People can say whatever they want. You don't have to, nobody has to believe me. You don't. I don't have any other reason for being here other than for justice for these kids, to let parents know that this area of the country is not safe at the moment, and hopefully it becomes safe again. I mean,
and
that's my purpose.
100%. What other questions did you have, Jaime?
Let me see.
You sound like Sasquatch again.
I know you were in different podcasts and you've done interviews and whatnot. Is there any type of them, like, certain people or media trying to shut you down or hush, put a gag order on on you?
Great comment, Doc.
Yeah, he's asking if you didn't understand. He said that you've gone on other places in media and YouTube. Have any of them tried to, shut you down or discredit you in any way?
Sure. I mean, people have said things that aren't nice or whatever, but I just scroll through it, and I answer real questions that come through if I can. I don't pay attention to it. I think there's, for a lot of people, this is what they do. This is their focus. This is their purpose. And so I don't discredit. Everybody is here for a reason. My reason is different from your reason or their reason. And I appreciate all the news. And the more we can keep this on the front page, the better chance we have of it not going cold and getting solved. So I'll take the hits every day of every week. I will. What I do have a hard time with is that there was another YouTuber who was just destroyed. Like, I think her channel was destroyed, and she was just, my heart ached for her and how heartbroken she was about people saying she was me and getting assaulted for being like verbally assaulted for being me. And when I a couple of days ago, I reached out and I said, I am so sorry. And whatever I need to do to let people know that I am me and you are you, and I own what I say, and you did not say these things, I am happy to do. Now, that turned into a little situation and a lot of conflict. And I just ignore it. There's this one guy out there, and I will say this. I will say that, and I did turn him in, but that J-Rod on point should not be out there. He is the most abusive, human being I have ever met in my life. Well,
I have another.
Josh,
I'll see you. I'll go on for another minute. Has WSU tried to tell you not to say anything?
No. Now, are they avoiding? No, and they answer my calls too. They have not asked me not to say anything. Because, well, no, they have not. The police department has asked me, but the police department is the one who told me that they had a heroin problem there. Because I've been calling them for well, my daughter has a seizure condition. So on the regular, right, you have to have all those safety precautions set up for her, which we have. And I call them and I, you know. So would I say that they know who I am? Probably, yeah, for sure. Would I say they want to shut me up? I don't think so. And people I've spoken to have been responsive and have said to me at both schools to keep pushing, because I don't think they feel comfortable, you know?
Right.
So they're transparent as they can be. You know, my check's on time, I guess. I don't know. But I think that they don't want this anymore. I know they don't want this anymore than we do. I just don't think that because of the priority, they're having a really hard time getting really good law enforcement in the area.
Yeah, no, it sounds, I mean, this whole situation is heartbreaking. But, you know, Kim, I want to thank you so much for coming back on and taking the time to go through everything. I know that, you know, a lot of folks, you know, have been hearing a bunch of different things, and you know, there was some accusations.
I don't know.
This, that, and a third. And like I said, like the title of the show is, you know, we wanted to clear the air, you know, talk about exactly what it was that you were told and what you've been speculated on, and even tried to get the information from a point of view. And, you know, like I've said before, when it comes to getting information from people, sometimes talking what he's been trained to do so is helpful. And so
it is helpful. I think that you've been very helpful in this. I don't know that I would have gotten through this without having you and Lana too, right? To put me back in my hole, right? To pull me out of that rabbit hole and say, okay, you're just, you know, and I appreciate that. And I am fine with being wrong, and I'm fine with being called out, and I'm keeping it here and calling and asking me questions. Everybody asks me questions. I will answer them. So this is all. That's all I can do for another family.
Right, 100%.
Who's had the worst loss of their life. I mean, honestly, it's just heartbreaking to me. It kills me that it just kills me. You know? Well, you know. So, and I will come back anytime, and I will answer any question.
Awesome. We'll maybe do that another, you know, in the next couple of weeks, as you know, if more things end up coming out and.
Well, that's cool. That was definitely a good listen. One thing I do want to share with everybody, because this came out early this afternoon or late morning, depending on where you live, and regarding the Oklahoma case. And so out of all the information that's came out, that's been breaking, I'll probably end up doing an episode tomorrow. There's so much stuff to cover, and I don't want to fall behind on this one because it's very important. I do want to release what this says for everybody. That way, I know it's a different topic from the show, but I do kind of want to read this for everybody, just for everybody to understand, like, what this statement is saying and how messed up this is. So this came out today. This was from Okmulgee County, Oklahoma. Sorry if I pronounced that wrong. The OSBI. This is May 11th, 2023. The OSBI serves as the lead criminal investigative agency in Oklahoma through partnerships with other federal, state, county, and local law enforcement agencies. With original jurisdiction in limited crimes, the OSBI is jurisdictionally available by request to our partners for assistance in various capacities, including investigative, specialty services, partial, and full investigations. On Saturday, May 6, 2023, Okmulgee County District Attorney Carol Iskey requested the OSBI provide full investigative assistance and assume the lead role in continuing investigation regarding the homicides of Holly McFadden, Tiffany Gus, Michael Mayo, Riley Allen, Ivy Webster, and Brittany Brewer at the hands of Jesse McFadden. That was on Saturday, May 6th. Friday was the day that the family went there and we saw what they uncovered then. Remember, the crime scene was closed down. You know, you even go back to the press conference video that I put up, and you can even hear the sheriff Prentice state that, you know, not that the case was closed, but there's no more, you know, he follows the evidence. There's no more evidence. And we saw what was left behind on Friday when the family went through there. Saturday is when they required or asked, requested the OSBI take over. So continuing on, the OSBI and our law enforcement partners recognize there is a tremendous amount of information being publicly presented from a variety of sources as it relates to this case. In tragedies such as this, when families and communities are grieving and looking for answers, the rapid flow of information, and in some instances speculation, can lead to misinformation being widely disseminated. Since the misinformation can be a distraction to the families and friends working to navigate their grief and may compromise the investigation as it moves forward, because we all, this is just the beginning, the tip of the iceberg, right? 32 phones, 32 individuals, 32 phones / individuals, and that's just the beginning. So as it moves forward, the OSBI does not want to furnish the following facts to help provide some clarification and prevent the further spread of unconfirmed information. Since May 6, 2023, the OSBI has been communicating with the involved families, working to keep them informed on the progress and priorities in this case, and tirelessly processing items, conducting interviews, searching additional locations and property, and obtaining intelligence and documentation. Many of the investigative efforts have occurred with support of other law enforcement agencies, including the Grand River Dam Authority, the Okmulgee County District Attorney's Task Force, the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, and the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. The investigative process is ongoing and will be lengthy, but is an attempt to determine what led up to and occurred during this incident. The work is also to discern whether there are other potential victims or suspects not yet identified, which, come on, pictures, clothing, they need to figure out who they need to try and figure out who all these people are in these photos that they're talking about. The 4-inch stack of Polaroids. Who are those individuals? Who the DNA that was on the straps, the DNA that was on the mattress, right? on the mattresses. The DNA from the clothing that was found. Suspects not yet identified. While OSBI is aware there is information circulating that does not represent investigative facts, we will not attempt to address each aspect of the miscommunications. Pursuant to Oklahoma Statute 74, yada, 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 investigations are confidential and the OSBI cannot release detailed information regarding investigations to the public. This helps ensure the confidentiality and integrity of each investigation. So it's pretty interesting. All that stuff comes out Friday. Then all of a sudden, we're being requested to take this over. So that was a statement today. Let me see if I can. Keeps blocking it. There we go. May 11th, 2023. Yep, the next day. Now, what's interesting is when I got a lot of stuff to go over, so the more I'm thinking about it, the more I'm going to do an Oklahoma show tomorrow afternoon, if I do one. There's just so much to catch up, and I still want to make sure we have our Friday nights hangouts. You'll see that Ivy's dad states in another interview that we're going to go over on the next show about that was their second or third time that they were at the house when it came to the footage that we saw. Now, the next show, we're also going to be going into another version of that recording that's going to show even more stuff that was in the home. We got a lot of stuff to go over. I really don't want to fall behind because this case is very important to me. What's up, Ray Jones? How you doing tonight? Sorry I'm getting to the chat late here. And it just seems that way. Please do me a favor. There's a lot of people commenting on the mothers, or not the mothers, but the aunts interview. Definitely hop over there and see what people are writing and respond as well. A lot of great comments on that video. And I appreciate all the comments on all the videos that everybody leaves, whether it's on replay or live. I appreciate you. I don't think he has more victims. He'd be caught up before these. Well, I can't. See, I've been thinking some stuff ever since the beginning, Ray, and I have to be careful. I can't. And that's why I haven't really talked much about. Maybe in other people's channels, they're talking about it, and I'm just chilling in chat. Then I'm, kind of throwing out my rabbit hole speculation, whatever. But as I'm, on this show, I have to be, I can't. It's one thing to be chilling in chat and voicing, but here I can't really do that kind of speculation. More things need to come out. But I think there was, I don't know, from the beginning, I thought it had to do with a ring. You know what I mean? It just, I don't know. When I was into Delphi, and then how all this stuff went down, and then the weirdness of it all, and I'm just like, I'm just like, you know what I'm saying? You walk into a freaking house, and you see the shit behind the mattress. bolted on the wall and you leave the computer behind, not just one computer, 3 computers, one in the living room, one in the laundry room, one in the girl's bedroom. You leave 8 cell phones behind. I don't know. It just, that's why that's why I've been doing so many shows on it, because it's like, you know what? It's obvious to me, that, hey, you got till Monday, otherwise it's going in the dumpster. You got deputy. It's not a crime scene anymore. What? The mattress is still laying there. Can you imagine how much DNA could possibly be on any of those mattresses? Did you look on the computers for maybe videos or pictures? No? Oh yeah, Geek Squad showed up. They come to your house, right? They come to your location. Geek Squad showed up. Good night, SRB. I appreciate you. I know it's a late one tonight. I apologize. It is. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out. I appreciate you. Who is on that? It's not. Well, here's the thing when it comes to the 32 phones, and I did put a little short video out about it. 32 phones / individuals used that address when setting up their account for the phone. It's not who, because there's probably a whole bunch of who's. It's the fact that that address was used to set up, as far as they know now, it could be a lot more tomorrow morning. As far as they know now, at least 32, and this came from the lawyer, at least 32 phones and individuals have their account set up with the address of where the crimes took place that Jesse McFadden committed. And now that might even be speculation, because I've heard a lot of good theories today that it could possibly be made to look that way. Like it could have been made to look that way. I don't know. We'll find out. I got a lot more stuff to cover tomorrow. If you haven't been checking it out the last couple days, you're going to learn a lot more stuff when we do the next show. Trust me. Thank you so much. I'm sorry it dragged out so long tonight. There's just so much stuff to go over. I definitely wanted to go over this something that I wanted to include for a while, and you missed out on the other ones before. Probably. I'll put out a notification in the morning if I am going to go live. But there's just so much stuff. I don't want to fall behind on this place. It's like one of those Stephen Smith coaches, I feel like I'm going to be doing some, just sort of, all the effort and work. Same thing with this one. Sorry if I'm messy, that's weird. Oh no. Yeah, hold on. Is that better? I don't know. StreamYard's weird. What? Pay attention to what? I'm not doing anything. I'm not even on mute. I'm sitting here talking. I don't know. StreamYard's bugging. Now every time I start the show, it has my screen share on mute. I don't know why. And I'm not used to it. I've been doing my show since November. And I've never had it start with StreamYard screen share being on mute every time. And now I'm just so used to the routine of just hitting screen share and it's there. Yeah. I don't know. Everybody's having issues with this StreamYard stuff. All right, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow. We're definitely going to be doing Hangout. So if you want to play some Family Feud, you want to do some Jackbox, you want to chill back, watch another episode of Tales from the Crypt, or some other special stuff we have going on now. I'll be trying out Jackbox with the audio. So we'll see how well that works. That'll be fun. I'll still have some audio for everybody. We'll definitely be doing the Trivia Murder Party. We got two versions. I do it on the Xbox, the Trivia Murder Party 1 and Trivia Murder Party 2. What? Are you serious? Good night, everybody. Hope you have a peaceful and positive evening. Hope you can hear me now. Maybe not. I don't know. Good night, everybody.